Good evening. Welcome to the Livermore City Council on July 29th, continuing the adjourned meeting from the 22nd. Let the roll call, get that right? Okay, good. Let the roll show that all members of the council are present and accounted for. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have no proclamations or presentations tonight like we did last week with the Little League World Series, which is now here in town. I hope you guys are out there catching some of the games. We now have the Citizens Forum. These are items typically not on the agenda. The council can neither deliberate nor take action on items brought up during the Citizens Forum, and ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We've got about a dozen. First is Tamara Royce, Jean King, Greg Scott.
Hi, good evening. I am dismayed at the tone of the last few meetings, both from members of the public and the mayor and council. What is happening to us? This is not worthy of our community. Can we stop using our public hearings as an opportunity to bash people we dislike and call our former friends and colleagues liars? Can we stop making exaggerated and untrue claims? Can we discuss our differences like adults and disagree without being disagreeable, as President Obama said? In this era of Trump and social media, where public trolling and personal attacks on those we oppose is commonplace, it's not surprising that our council meetings have degraded into such shameful spectacles. It is embarrassing and demoralizing. It discourages public input into the process. It makes our city look bad. Can't we make an agreement to stick to the issues and take the personal vendettas out of our public discourse? It is hard enough to disagree with people we like and otherwise respect than to come here and be personally attacked as liars. I bear no malice against any of you. When I speak against you, it is against you collectively as an entity and the actions you are taking. It is not personal. I don't think our council meetings have to be this way. I think that they can and should be run with the recognition of each person's dignity and the right to air opposing viewpoints. Let's keep the debate civilized and move on from this hostility that is tearing us apart. I am convinced we all have more in common than we have differences. And specifically, can we stop maligning and second-guessing the motives of Joan Sepala? Recently, at an event where Joan was receiving the Lions Club Citizen of the Year Award, Supervisor Scott Haggerty spoke to her accomplishments. He said that every community needs a champion, and Joan Sepala is Livermore's champion. That's the motivation we should all appreciate. Mayor Marchand, I am calling on you to create a truly fair hearing process and focus on the issues rather than allowing anyone, including yourself and the other council members, to make unsubstantiated and unnecessary allegations or indulge in ad hominem attacks during their comments. We can do better. Livermore can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Royce. Jean King, Greg Scott, Dan Bergman.
Good evening. I am Jean King. I am speaking for myself and do not represent any organization. Council members and the public speakers have made comments about my contributions to political campaigns. These contributions have come from my personal funds, my savings. I'm not a corporation. I have no financial interest in any business or have financial investments in Livermore or in the Tri-Valley. The only property I own is my house, where I've lived for more than 50 years. I have heard it said that I have special interests. My only special interest is for what I believe helps make Livermore special. My political contributions are reported as required by the rules of the FPPC for public view. I have not violated any rules. When I was younger, I would be walking neighborhoods, distributing information and gathering signatures on petitions. Among other projects, I worked for the school parcel taxes, funds to build the city library and community centers, urban growth boundaries, and political candidates. I'm not able to do that now, so I contribute funds and let others do the physical work, but it is implied that it is wrong for me to do that, which seems as though you are telling me to whom and how much I can spend my money. I also feel it is important to contribute funds to causes and nonprofits in Livermore and the Valley. Do you want to tell me to whom and how much I can contribute to them? Is Open Heart Kitchen okay? Del Valle Fine Arts, Fertile Groundworks, Friends of the Livermore Library, Friends of the Open Space and Vineyards, Hope Hospice, Las Positas Foundation, Livermore Amador Symphony, Livermore Valley Opera, Livermore Heritage Guild, Missing Man Ministries, Ohlone Audubon, Partners for Change, Pedrosi Scholarships, Foundation, Save Mount Diablo, Shakespeare Associates, Shepherd's Gate, Student Education Loan Fund, Sunflower Hill, Tri-Valley Conservancy, Valley Concert Chorale, Valley Humane. And yes, I have contributed to the Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center, which has established a capital reserve fund. Is it okay if I have contributed to these among other local and national organizations and to my church? I want to contribute to my community in a variety of ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Greg Scott, Dan Bergman, Michaela Toscas.
This is Sue Workington, and I'm Greg Scott, and we speak on homelessness in Livermore. Thank you, and much appreciation to Councilwoman Monroe and Councilman Carling for being on the City Council Subcommittee on Homelessness. Thank you for what you do there and what you're trying to do. We do not seem to know what we're up against in regard to homelessness in Livermore. Two primary reasons are lack of communication. We are not listening to each other, and some needed communications are non-existent. And importantly, there are political blockades which are hindering a better pathway to more effectively improve the overall homeless problem in Livermore. Where do we expect the homeless to go? What do we expect the unsheltered desperate to do? One Livermore example is Lee. Why is Lee in such bad shape? Is his situation only tenable when he is dead? The plight has been going on for years. The $487,918 approved by the Livermore City Council on May 13, 2019 could provide a considerable number of shelters such as Conestoga Huts or similar relatively inexpensive shelters that could be implemented in a commons, as is the case in the Northwest. These chambers here that are soon to be vacated could shelter some of the homeless. Certainly a raccoon in the wall and a leaky roof are not insurmountable problems compared to the difficulties an unsheltered homeless person faces day and night 24/7 in Livermore. This facility just survived a 4.3 earthquake and aftershock, and it did not collapse. I doubt we would be put at risk here and now if it did have the chance of failing structurally. Besides, these chambers could always be reinforced. With HEAP, Housing Emergency Act program funds of $243,297 for safe parking, $144,330 for showers, $24,278 for trash service, $54,000 for storage, $142,000 for biohazard cleanup, for a total of $608,505 for Livermore, and additionally some part of the regional Tri-Valley pool of $494,870 for crisis intervention, and nothing included here for restrooms to be spent. At the end of the expenditures, where do we expect to be in relation to the overarching homeless problem in the long term? We still will have no place for most of the homeless to go to be sheltered. Great and noble band-aids for the short term just mentioned, however, we still will not have ameliorated the greater magnitude of the homeless situation in the aftermath of the HEAP monies. We seem to focus more on spending on the homeless industrial complex and actually dispelling the social and economic malignancies of homelessness. Homelessness and the housing crisis in broad scope and circumstance will never be satisfactorily offset by regular housing. We will never have the resources for that. There needs to be alternative housing, such as tiny houses, which is being implemented by Detroit, and/or refurbished shipping containers, as is being implemented by the city of Oakland. Homelessness in Livermore will also never be resolved satisfactorily by community apathy. When only one community member is in the audience of the Human Services Commission meeting, we have a public relations problem that needs to be corrected. It is not resources alone that will bring the homeless situation in Livermore to reasonableness. What is more required is an astute political will to actually address the entire problem itself for the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Dan Bergman, Michaela Toscas, Chris Heckler.
I am here to talk about Livermore Sesquicentennial, which is coming up. That's our 150th anniversary of our town, and I think it would really be a shame if we let it go by without some sort of celebration. And so when did it happen? In 1876, Livermore was incorporated, but the more common year you'll see is 1869. 1869 is the date that the signs that as you drive into Livermore, they note 1869. Livermore's webpage says 1869. Livermore, the Wikipedia page for Livermore says 1869. That's the year Livermore was founded. So then the next question is, what date in 1869 ought we be celebrating? There's a document that was drawn up that was dated October 4th of 1869. That document was later filed with Alameda County on November 4th of 1869. I think the appropriate date is that first date of when the document was originally drawn up, October 4th, 1869. And what I'm here to ask you is if you would put an agenda item on a future city council meeting to discuss what, if anything, you ought to do to celebrate this October 4th, 150th anniversary of our city. I've got this document. I can give you a copy each of the document.
You need that to the city clerk? The document to the city clerk, yeah. And don't tell anybody, but we're planning a big party at the train depot in November. But thank you very much. I've been getting your emails, and we'll keep in touch. Thank you. Michaela Toscas, Chris Heckler, Moni Knopp.
Hello, my name is Michaela Toscas, and I'm the CEO of HE Community Collective, as well as data co-chair for CIA, Cannabis Education for Youth and Adult Awareness. I would first like to thank the council members and staff for letting me speak again today to continue to address these major public safety issues we have in our community of Livermore. Last meeting, I spoke about weedmaps.com and the 100 different delivery services they advertise that deliver to Livermore. Out of those 100 companies, most who operate within your city limits, only 10 are fully licensed and incorporated in another local jurisdiction. Being deeply rooted in this industry, I cannot believe how many more black market companies are popping up, with absolutely no enforcement from the state or local jurisdictions. According to an audit done this year from the BCC, Bureau of Cannabis Control, out of the 68 authorized enforcement staff positions, only 15 have been hired, a 78% vacancy rate. That means 15 people to raid the hundreds of thousands of illegal businesses in the entire state of California. The BCC is also lacking in money. They have brought in just about $2 million in business licensing fees, far short from the $201 million that was expected to materialize by June 2019. Where is all the rest of this money going? In the hands of unlicensed operators. We are in a state of emergency. Just this last week, I have found new websites that are the new Silk Road of cannabis. They ship by mail internationally an illegal, untested product from right here in the Bay Area. My company, that has gone through extensive licensing regulations and inspections by the city and state, is struggling harder than it ever has been before. I thought it would only get better and these illegal businesses would get shut down, but it's only gotten worse. We are getting calls, emails, and reviews recently with people complaining, asking these questions. Why do you charge taxes? Why don't you deliver to street corners or public places? Why can't we deliver to people younger than 21 years old? Why don't you have higher testing edibles greater than 100 milligrams? The community is so misinformed on laws, and they're so used to these black market companies. Legal companies are the minority. If something isn't done about this soon, the black market will take over the legal one. Now, how can the city of Livermore help fight this? The majority of people would rather go to a storefront than a delivery service. The reason most people don't go to one now and go to delivery services off of Weed Maps is because the closest storefronts are in Oakland. If Livermore were to permit one or a couple retail storefronts in their city, the community would distinguish it as a licensed company, and we would have a greater outreach on education. The storefront would take away cash flow from the illicit market and put cash flow into government hands who are struggling affording staff for enforcement. Cannabis is very established in this community. A retail storefront would only bring positivity not just to the city of Livermore, but also the state of California. I really hope you recognize this problem and take action before it becomes worse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Toskis. Chris Heckler, Moni Knopp, Christy Wong.
Hello, Mayor, council members, staff of Livermore. My name is Christopher Heckler, and I represent HE Community Collective. I come before you, again, hoping to shed some more light on how our company interfaces with the community. We are mission-based and always striving to give as much knowledge to the community. Here, I've given some literature that we give to each one of our clients regarding cannabis, laws, and safety. If you are one of our clients receiving a delivery, you will receive all three of these documents. The first one, my personal favorite, goes into detail on how to identify law-abiding tax-paying companies. As the members of the council may know, there's rampant growth of illegal activity out there, and we hope that clients will learn how to decipher what is a legal tax-paying business compared to what is not a legal tax-paying company. The next flyer goes into detail on how to deal with cannabis in the community and safety around children. We do everything in our possible power and commit to not having our product fall into the hands of children. This is very important to us. We talk about how you should interact with your child regarding cannabis and giving the facts. The last flyer goes into the safe usage of cannabis, basically like a how-to when it comes to interacting with cannabis. With legalization, we saw a large influx of clients who wanted to try cannabis as it is no longer an illegal contraband. The best resource we can give out is this information on how to use cannabis properly, such as onset times, feelings, and what to expect when using different types of cannabis products. With all of this said, we are continually looking for the opportunity to provide as much as we can to the beautiful community of Livermore. I hope these few documents we provide show how much we actually care about the individuals that use our service and their families. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I hope you all have a good week.
Thank you, Mr. Heckler. Moni Knopp, Christy Wong, Janelle Gladen.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Again, my name is Moni, a resident and a business owner in Livermore. I'm here to actually keep it a little positive and share a little some information with you. I'm here to inform you and the members of the general public about a new meetup group that a few of our Livermore residents, business owners, and myself have formed in Livermore. The monthly meetup group is called Welcome to Livermore. Our mission is to connect the newer, and long-term residents of Livermore to the resources in Livermore and the surrounding cities. We believe that when people learn about the resources within the community, it will help enhance the quality of life for them and their families. The idea is that the more you, as residents, know about the community, the more you will become involved and the longer you will stay as residents. Our first meeting will be held on Wednesday, August 28th, from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at The Switch, located at 1911 2nd Street in Livermore. The confirmed speaker for our first meetings are Mayor Marchand and our school superintendent, Kelly Bowers. Our planned monthly speakers include subject experts on parks and trails. I believe a council member, Coomber, hopefully, will be one of our speakers. Fire and police, children's sports in Livermore, health and wellness in Livermore, civic and volunteer engagement in Livermore, the education system in Livermore to include special needs, the Gates program, Las Positas College, and the many nonprofits in Livermore, and also the history of Livermore, and much, much more. I hope that some of you will consider joining us. We will have some light appetizers and refreshment for you, and we hope to see you. Thank you.
And what's the date and time on that again?
It's August 28th, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Christy Wong, Janelle Gladen, Mary Perner.
I'm Christy Wong, mother of two teenagers in Livermore. I'm here to talk about the professional signature collectors hired by Juul, the largest e-cigarette company, to come to Livermore to overturn our newly passed tobacco retail license. Juul signature collectors use misinformation and aggression to get their $6 per signature. They're not from Livermore and don't care about the impact the referendum will have on our children and families. They've been in front of our local businesses, and now they're showing up at our front door, telling false stories to get people to sign. When I tried to read their document, one stopped me and said, "It's on the city website." This was more than 2 weeks ago, and it's still not there. The next day, another one took the clipboard out of my husband's hands and said, "It's easier if I just tell you what it says." Several attempts by Livermore residents to engage Juul signature collectors in discussion have turned into arguments and even shouting matches. I was at the farmer's market last Thursday and witnessed one signature collector from Jewel being asked by the police to leave because he was having aggressive conversations with people who challenged him on his petition. This morning, I saw a picture on a Livermore resident's Facebook page of a sign outside our local Safeway. It says, "Solicitors or petitioners are here without our permission. To encourage them to leave, please do not contribute money or sign petitions." I know Livermore businesses are fed up with these signature collectors outside their stores. A Walmart manager told me he wishes he could get rid of them, and a Trader Joe's manager says he moves around garbage cans and displays outside his store to keep them in the sun so they'll get hot and leave. These people are a nuisance and a disturbance. Worst of all, I'm upset with the outright lies they're telling. Their opening line has been, "Let the people's voices be heard." They say the city council came up with this ordinance with little or no input from the residents. As you know, this ordinance is the result of parents, students, and other citizens of this city asking our city leaders for local policy to address the problem of youth vaping. And now Big Tobacco has come to do away with it. One signature at a time, $6 at a time. I'm here tonight to express my disgust for these signature collectors funded by Big Tobacco, and to reiterate my appreciation for our courageous city council members for passing a strong ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. My favorite is them telling the potential potential signers that we're being paid off by Big Tobacco or by the downtown developers, Eden Housing and the like. So yeah, it's unconscionable. Thank you for your comments. Janelle Gladen, Mary Perner, Lisa Tromovich.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Janelle Gladen, and I too am a parent of 2 teens and a 20-year resident of Livermore. I also want to thank the City Council for their brave actions and listening to the community and passing strong youth access restrictions for flavored tobacco products. As a teen, I watched my grandfather die from agonizing emphysema. He told me he was sorry that he became dependent on nicotine. He became addicted during his high school years as a result of free samples given to students. Back then, Big Tobacco promoted their products as healthy and safe. Last week, Congress conducted 2 days of hearings to investigate youth being targeted by Juul. Everybody should check out the testimony. It's on YouTube. On Wednesday, New York parents and students testified that Juul representatives taught their 9th grade addiction prevention curriculum as part of their health class. Under the guise of a safe space for students to talk, the teachers left the classroom. Juul's reps then showed students the Juul device and repeatedly stated it was healthier and totally safe. Reps told the 14 and 15-year-olds, some already addicted to their own Juul devices, that any day now the FDA would be approving the device. In 2017 and 2018, Juul implemented the same program by identifying over 200 schools, faith-based programs, and youth camps to target. They paid some schools $10,000 and paid one school $134,000 to conduct a 5-week summer camp program for 80 kids. Several schools in Alameda County were actually approached. Testimony also revealed Juul representatives gave away free starter kits to Native American tribal communities and paid tribal leaders $10,000 who were then asked to sign non-disclosure agreements. On Thursday, James Monsees, the co-founder of Juul, testified Juul voluntarily pulled their flavors off the market over concerns of teen vaping. He stated, quote, "Youth prevention is Juul's highest priority." I just bought this an hour ago in a local liquor store. It's mint flavor. In her opening statement, Ashley Gould, Juul's chief administrative officer, stated, quote, "Restrictions need to be placed on all flavored products, and that Juul advocates for category-wide action." Mrs. Gould goes on to say, quote, "Juul wants to work with state and local governments and expects parents, educators, community leaders to play a major role," end quote. So I have to ask myself, why is Jewel here in Livermore? Why are they paying signature gatherers to try and overturn our recent past ordinances restricting access to flavors, e-juices, and devices? Actions speak louder than words, Jewel. Adults have access to these products online. Please continue to stand up for too big tobacco and continue to protect our youth from a lifetime of nicotine addiction. Please do not sign the Jewel petition.
If you could.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Perner, Lisa Tromovich, Kathy Streeter.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Mary Perner. I'm a 31-year resident of Livermore, a mom and a grandmother, and I'm here joining with the moms who are supporting the ordinance that this council has passed regulating vaping and e-cigarettes. I'm also here to invite the community and council, anyone who would like to come to a press rally tomorrow morning at 10 at the flagpole. And we will be supporting the ordinance that was passed by this council tomorrow, and we will be talking about it to the press. We have invited all of our supporters, lots and lots of moms, to come, and we hope everybody will join us. If you can't make it tomorrow, because some people do work, we have also begun having a tabling event at the Livermore Farmers Market every Thursday evening. It goes from 5 until 7. I'm in charge, and I will be there through September with other volunteers. We will provide you with all sorts of information. Last week we had you probably recall when someone brought in a bin of vaping devices. We will have that bin and another one from the other high school here in town of devices collected during 2018. I was surprised to see what they look like, and lots of other information, and we can talk to you about the issues regarding vaping and your children. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see you there.
Thank you, Ms. Perner. Lisa Tromovich, Kathy Streeter, Sally Dunlop.
Council, Mayor, hi, Lisa Tromovich of Livermore. At previous meetings, you've heard comments about collaboration, about the wonderful work we've been doing as a community with Stockman, arts, science, business, the city, vintners, housing, all working together to create a vibrant downtown. And a call to come together with a small group, some of whom it was indicated are associated with the Bankhead Theater. I'd just like to clarify for the council that collaboration with the Bankhead staff has always been a part of the visioning process for the new Stockman's Park. We look forward to working with Executive Director Scott Kennison and his staff to develop shared programming in the near future to augment the rich variety of programs he and his staff are already making available to the community. Thank you.
Quick question. How much longer is the Complete Works of Shakespeare running?
Just this weekend, Thursday through Sunday at 7:30.
Laugh out loud funny. If you haven't seen it, get out to see it. It's great. At Wenty.
I've seen it 8 times and I'm still laughing out loud.
Kathy Streeter, Sally Dunlop, Asa Strout.
First of all, I'd just like to make a statement about the first person who spoke. I agreed with her totally. And then let me say something else. The reason people come to this forum is because they can speak to all 5 of you at once on a subject that matters to our whole community. Not only that, but it's per the community television, we get to talk to the residents. Sometimes I disagree with people. Sometimes I agree with the same people. But if we weren't passionate about Livermore, we wouldn't come here to speak. So that's my pre-statement. And now I'll try to get done in less than 2 minutes with the rest of it. Apparently an initiative is qualified for the next general election that would triple the current housing densities in the downtown. This would not only harm our own downtown businesses, but would also take away their parking and patios and replace them with micro-unit co-housing, which was widely opposed. Livermore residents spoke very clearly during the city's major outreach efforts and again in their recent election. Considerable wealth has been used to try to take parking away from the west side and plunk it down where the hotel is planned to be built. This plan has an estimated additional cost of $15 to $20 million in public funds, while the city's plan spreads additional parking throughout the downtown. On top of that, the initiative includes another large performing arts theater, which could ultimately threaten the existence of Bankhead Theater itself. And as to that last statement, I was very active with an organization called Save the Bankhead in Bothwell, with white T-shirts and Save the Bankhead not too long ago when Bankhead was on the verge. It's a wonderful asset. I'm very happy to everybody that had anything to do with getting that theater built. But I will still come and be passionate when there's a subject on the agenda or not on the agenda, just if something gets to me, and I will come talk to you, and I will try to follow the guidelines of the first person that spoke. Thank you.
And we will continue to look forward to that. Sally Dunlop, Asa Strout, Carl Winty.
Good evening, City Council. Something last Tuesday really disturbed me, and I just wanted to, I didn't even have to stay awake until 5:30 to know what I was going to say. And that is that, Mr. Mayor, you called out names. That is very improper. And this is a public meeting that is being televised soon. And I think that is not a way to do things. You don't call out people. It's like public scorning. I mean, everybody has an opinion, and that is their opinion. And it's like, I know people on this side, I know people on this side. Sounds like the Republicans and the Democrats, because there's an aisle down here. But I have friends on both sides, and I think that we should be able to get along. And to call out people's names is just not appropriate to do. And I'm very saddened and very upset that that happened. And I hope that you don't do that again, because it's really not becoming of a mayor of our city. As far as I know, we have the freedom to have an opinion, and in this country, I think we do call it freedom. And I hope that you think about that so that that won't happen again.
If I you hold the time, Ms. Dunlop, you said that I called people names.
No,
Specifically,
no.
What names did I call them?
No. I didn't say you called people names. I said you named people's names from your seat.
Yes, because people like to be called by their names. And I call everyone up here by their names.
This was not in a friendly manner. It was calling, like when you said that you stayed up till 5:30 in the morning, sort of, doing this speech that you were given, and called out two persons' names not to be coming up here saying anything to the council, but it was part of your speech.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Asa Strout, Carl Winty.
Hi, Asa Strout. Speaking, thanks for having me, Mr. Mayor, Council, staff. I just want to make a quick comment about honesty. As we move forward in what appears to be a contentious election across this nation, it seems like we're going to have one in our small little town as well. We hear the stories of all these misleading statements from the petitioners, either their lies, misleading statements, or just them not understanding what's going on as we go forward. We are hoping that those who are behind those petitioners, treat the petitioners and correct their behavior as soon as possible. We expect honesty of our local news media, making sure that the facts are being displayed in a both non-biased and showing at least the facts from both sides of the argument. The honesty is important to the citizens of Livermore to say that this is the information. Hopefully we can get all of our information and be able to make the right decision without questioning this information, which appears to be the general consensus that is happening online via social media discussions and the like. There's a lot of distrust of the local news media in Livermore these days. Community groups like Unify Livermore, hold our feet to the fire. We had an individual who, made a statement on one of our posts that we weren't providing a clear picture, and we edited it to provide it. It was specifically about the housing density. With the downtown plan, we shared a post that was made by somebody and added a little clarification. We expect that from the community to call us out and provide us with the sources of their facts so that we can then make our statements, and we expect that the people who we do that to do the same. So that's what the theme I want to have going forward with this election: honesty, transparency. Those are pillars of what will make this discussion less contentious and more fact-based. It'll take more of the raw emotion into it. You can leave the passion. The passion is important because we're all here because we're passionate. But it'll take the feeling of distrust and dishonesty out of the equation. Sorry, we can just move forward with an open and honest discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strout. Carl Winty. Oh, is he? Comes in from the hallway.
Oops.
You broke it.
Got it there. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you all for what you do. Staff, awesome folks. Those who put on bulletproof vests go to work. Civility, let it show. I apologize to you all and everybody else if my anger and passion ever gets through. And yes, I will try to follow that first speaker and everyone else that eloquently said, may civility reign. I have a weekly activity that's studying the Independent. By this Wednesday, I'm on the Madison River, so I'm going into this great zen and, want to get away because it is dividing, and I support civility, but I want to reiterate, for me, and I can only speak for me, this is personal, right? Joan and Jean, and you know who. You do tell me lies. It happened. Occurs to me what a delicate balance of serving the community and serving the editorial agenda of a newspaper must be. The willing and purposeful blending of the two. Lord, grant me the wisdom to know the difference. I was happy to see the accuracy of the reporting that the majority of the people supported moving forward with the DA. Then you heard about those that did not support. You heard it was the highest duty to support the initiative, your highest duty. I would argue significantly that your highest duty is to support the Constitution. And I think Lincoln and Grant showed that the U.S. Constitution is above the California State Constitution, and then you go into Alameda County plans, as I understand them, and then you go to East Alameda County plans, and then you get into specific plans of Alameda County, and then the city and their sphere of influence and all of that. So to uphold to the Constitution, that is your highest duty. Heard council is illegally interfering with citizens' initiative. I'll call a spoke to that one. Fundamentally, it is a constitutional issue. You are constitutionally obligated to continue to do your duty, which I appreciate y'all continuing to do. Heard that you're deceitful. This seems akin to the kettle calling the pot black. The Stockman's deal was late to the game, but to say there's deceit is to accuse Don Stasa of deceit. Please talk to him, Mr. Stasa, a Vietnam vet, a gentleman, a cowboy, To accuse of deceit on that process is to accuse him, talk to him. Further, it's accusing staff of deceit, and y'all do not deserve that. To say that signatures are a mandate of the people, no. See above, we're a process of laws, let the laws play out. And I was reading the article, but then I noticed there were some that weren't mentioned. David Kent's legal challenge. Challenges about the initiative, hypothetical legal challenges. My comments is this is personal. They weren't there. You know, then the accuracy of the interaction as it relates to Adam and the other hotelier wasn't accurate. Those were in there when Bruce turned the story in. I can speak to it, and I think Bruce could answer to it, possibly. Then the attorney came on and was talking about the laws and the likes, and I started studying constitutions and go into that. I read the entire Mueller report and the number of adjudications and statures. It's amazing. There are so many laws, so much intertwined here. We have good legal teams on it. I want to thank Amy Foscalina, Esquire, for educating me, Splendorio, Esquire, for educating me, and Mr. Alcala in the 2 or 3 brief meetings we had for educating me. May we be educated, may we be civil. Namaste.
Thank you, Mr. Wente. Okay, that's it for the Citizens Forum. I feel I need to address the comment about calling people by name. Calling people by name. Now, I have spent just shy of 30 years in elected office. It just seems longer. And I spent 40 years as a chemist. And in those 2 occupations, the one thing that you have to guard over anything else is your integrity. It's something that I take very seriously, and it is something that I guard very carefully. Trust is, as I've always told my sons, trust is hard won and easily lost. Yes, I called people out by name because those people were paying signature gatherers to lie about my integrity. The integrity of this council that sits up here. They were lying and telling people that I was accepting bribes from the downtown developers. We heard it here at the podium that I was being accused of taking bribes from downtown developers, and that is absolutely not true. And if someone attacks my integrity, then yes, I will call them out, because this is all public. When I see my name called out every single week as lying and deceiving the population of Livermore, I take that very seriously, and I will defend my name, and I will defend my integrity. And you talk about people having the right and the constitutional right to defend themselves? Absolutely. This is my integrity. It is being attacked, and I will continue to defend that, to defend my integrity. It's very important to me. It's very important to this entire council, because we were elected to serve this community, and that is exactly what we're doing. So I think we're actually going to be going into a new feature here in the council meetings that we're going to call Mythbusters. Because there are things that when I see misinformation going out there, I just feel we need to address it. Social media is starting to fire up with accusations that somehow the outreach process is discredited because I did not attend any of the meetings for the outreach. And well, the reason I didn't participate is because members of the now community group or Friends of Livermore or Downtown Drawing asked that I not participate in the process. They felt that I might bring a bias to it. So they asked me to not participate. So I appointed Drs. Warner and Dr. Carling to chair that, to co-chair that effort. So had I actually participated in that, and there would have been a violation of the Brown Act. And then people would have discredited the process. So in other words, you couldn't win either way. But that was why I did not appoint myself to that committee, is because members of Friends of Livermore Community Group and the like did not want me to participate. And I was good with that because you guys did a wonderful job chairing that effort. Also, is anybody else getting scores of petitions and signatures about a lighted dog park? Okay, just me. Okay, it's just me. I feel special. Okay, so I'm getting scores of signatures and petitions about a lighted dog park, and they cite other cities that have lighted dog parks. Well, Livermore is different from all the other cities in the area because our Parks Department is not under the city of Livermore. We have a separate elected Parks Department, and so the city doesn't do dog parks. So just if anybody's out there listening, send your petitions to the Livermore Area Recreation and Park District, LARPD. They're the ones, they do a great job with dog parks. They're the ones you want to send the petitions to, not me. Okay? All right, well, great. Thank you very much. That's tonight's edition of Mythbusters. Yes.
So, are you about to move on to the next thing?
Yeah, I'm done on this one.
So I want to follow up on some of the comments just recently related to what the Jewel activity with respect to the petition gatherers. We've had, I don't know, was that number 4 or 5, where we've had the paid signature gatherers out there, and I've experienced it multiple times. I think everyone on this council has experienced being lied to, and we've had multiple people coming and complaining about it. So the people who hire these people don't seem to care, right? Because they can get away with it. Doesn't matter if it's against the law, but they can get away with it. So I wanted to ask the city attorney to maybe clarify some of the rules with respect to this activity, because I've also seen that residents have gone out there and they've recorded them. Petitioners have said it's not, that you don't have the right to record them. So I think it would be worth knowing what the rules are, because I don't think we see any end to the people hiring the paid petition gatherers and irritating the community. So this is to the city attorney. Could you please tell us what the law is regarding video signature gatherers and video recording signature gatherers in public places? And if it is legal, do you have any recommendations as how to best do it?
Okay, so to respond to the question about video recording somebody in public, that's an evolving area of law, and the First Amendment has so far tolerated that. One of the reasons being, if a conversation is happening in the public, there's a lowered expectation of privacy. If it's a public conversation, that's generally, since cell phones are so ubiquitous now, that the videotaping of those conversations are being treated differently than what the law has previously discouraged, which is the surreptitious audio taping of a private conversation. So videotaping of active things in the public has been tolerated within the First Amendment. One thing I would encourage anybody, if they were videotaping those type of conversations, the individuals who are the signature gatherers are bound by the California Elections Code, 18600 in particular, not to misrepresent, so they again have a lowered expectation of privacy. I would encourage anybody doing that not to necessarily videotape the petitions themselves or the signatures. That would be inappropriate. That is a privileged document limited to the city clerk and the register of voters' eyes only, and the signature gatherers, as well as to not try and not capture the individuals who are being solicited for the signatures, but rather focus on the comments being made by the signature gatherers. Also, I would make an admonition that we are not advocating as the city that people go out and videotape these individuals. We don't promote vigilantism, but if someone were so inclined, that would be the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on to the consent calendar. We have 20 cards for 4.01. So with that, let's at least get part of the business done here. Could I have a motion for 4.02?
I will move approval.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Coomber. Is there a second? seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion on 4.02, the resolution accepting the Livermore Downtown Inc. Report and grant agreement?
I'll just make a comment.
Yes.
Just want to appreciate what LDI does, so thank you all very much.
The fireworks display this year was absolutely the best ever. Oh my goodness, it was fantastic, and certainly appreciate. These are some of the things that we partner with Livermore Downtown Inc. So they have proven themselves to be a great partner. And so with the motion and the second, any further discussion? Everyone in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That passed unanimously. Okay, on to 4.01. This is the ordinance approving a development agreement with the LLC for the Wine Country Hotel at the Bankhead.
I have some questions for staff.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I go?
Go for it.
There's no presentation, right?
No, it's a consent calendar.
Right. So this is to the city attorney. Given that some of the decisions we as a council have to make critically depend on a correct understanding of the law, could you please describe your duties and responsibilities to not only the city council, but to the community as well, and clearly summarize any distinctions?
All right, let me do my best to answer this particular question. So to begin with, as your city attorney, I am, one, a city employee, and two, a public servant. First and foremost, however, though, I am a statutory officer of the city under the government code, as well as a constitutional officer. And with that comes certain roles and responsibilities that are assigned by statute and by law to represent the city of Livermore. And I do represent the city of Livermore in the community that is embodied through you as the city council. I don't represent and respond to any one single council member or single person in the community. I respond to majority of the city council. That is how my client, my interaction. As the city attorney, we are responsible for upholding strict ethical, high ethical legal standards to make sure that we uphold the law, and we've taken an oath to uphold the state and U.S. Constitution. And with that, we have two specific duties that are open to the public. One, we are a check and balance on the policy side of the house to ensure that the city does take actions that are lawful and constitutional. And our second obligation is to make sure that we accurately advise the public when directed to by the city council, make sure that accurate information is provided to them. Part of my role is, as challenging as it is to provide legal advice that may be unpopular to one side or another, or to a particular policy decision to be made. That is one of the primary roles of the city attorney, is to speak truth to power, to explain what the law says and to guide the council through that process. If the client asks, as the city council say, were to ask or take an action that were illegal or unconstitutional, my charge at that point would be to work with the council to direct them or to guide them to take an action that was legal and constitutional. Failing that, if I was unable to prevail in that particular course of action, my rules of professional responsibility would dictate what that conclusion would be, which means I would have to resign my position, which I would not be the legal advisor at that point. That's the life of a city attorney, and that's why one of the reasons why I'm at will. So, with that, I hope that answers your question.
I think it does. I just note that that's different than an attorney who comes and regales us with something that's who's been hired by a special group. So this is significantly different, and leads me to believe that we should pay attention to the city attorney. So the second couple of questions I've got, just based on that and based on the fact that we're talking about the DA for the hotel, is there any statute or case law that prohibits the city from taking the proposed action on the hotel DA?
I responded to this question previously, and the answer is no.
Right, I know you responded earlier, but maybe some people didn't hear it. The second question is there any statute or case law that declares that approving the DA for the hotel is unconstitutional?
Again, the answer would be no. There's nothing that prohibits the action or would declare it to be unconstitutional.
Thank you. And I just wanted to get that out there before we start hearing maybe comments to the contrary.
Any other questions on 4.01 before I open up the comment period? Okay. Tamara Royce, Jonna Thompson, Jan Brovant.
Okay, so much for civility. I'm really, again, disturbed by everything I'm hearing. I'm just going to speak for a moment. You know, people hire attorneys for different reasons, and the reason there are courts is because there's two sides to things, and sometimes a court has to make new law. So the mere fact that our group hired an attorney who came and represented our best understanding of the law in no way should reflect on the legitimacy of our opinion. And I deeply think that was a cheap shot. Okay, done with that. I'm here again to speak in opposition to agenda item 4.01. And as I have in the past, and I'm just doing this again because I think it's important that we make our record. And in that regard, I am the proponent of the Central Park Plan Initiative and a homeowner and taxpayer in Livermore. And I'm also a Livermore voter. You are about to approve the development agreement with Presidio. As I have stated in the previous council meetings, this action is an illegal and unconstitutional decision to annul the voters' rights to legislate by initiative. The council is hurrying to lock down the terms of its downtown plan to prevent the Central Park Plan from gaining further support from the voters. The goal is to render the initiative meaningless. We will not let the people's reserved initiative powers be trampled on by a government body that wants to effectively suppress a public vote. Our only option is to take a referendum on this development agreement to ensure that the voters have a fair opportunity to consider and vote for the Central Park Plan. And again, I hope we can do better because the kind of gamesmanship that's going on right now is deeply divisive and accomplishes nothing.
Thank you, Ms. Royce. Jonna Thompson, Jan Brovant, Jean King.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. Last week, there were insinuations in this chamber that people signed the Central Park Plan Initiative petition only because they were duped or lied to. It may be comforting for you to believe that, but my experience when I went door to door in my neighborhood was that people said, "I'm so glad you came. I was hoping to get the chance to sign the petition because I don't like what the city is doing." Now, maybe people who feel that way are a minority of Livermore voters, but we won't know if we don't get the chance to vote. Your reluctance to defend your plan at the ballot box against an alternative plan strikes me as perverse. It's certainly peculiar at the very least, and does provoke the question, why don't you want Livermore voters to be able to choose? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Jan Brovant, Jean King, Michael Ferrucci.
Good evening. I'm Jan Brovant, and I'm a resident of Livermore for many years. In connection with the plans for the Livermore downtown, there has been criticism of the independent newspaper and its publisher, Joan Sepla. Too many people are attacking the messenger and not addressing the message. Maybe this is planned to sidetrack many residents from the real issue of what City Council is trying to do. It is too bad people don't look at the good things that Joan Sepla has done for this town. Lynn and Joan Sepla were lead contributors of the campaign for stroke care and the quest for Stanford Valley Care to become a primary stroke center. To me, that's huge, regardless of what side of anything that you're on. She worked to stop the urban sprawl in the Tri-Valley, and County Measure D was established, the county urban growth boundary. By stopping the urban sprawl, we have revitalized our downtown to a vibrant center that it is, with the Bankhead Theater, restaurants, and activities. She supported the South Livermore Valley Plan, which preserved the wineries and South Livermore with permanent agricultural easements. She has consistently supported the arts with the Livermore Cultural Art Council and individual art organizations. Joan is one of the founders of the Bankhead Theater and Bothwell Art Center. She has also supported many causes as evidenced to awards with her variety of organizations. She's a real trooper for Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Provant. Jean King, Michael Ferrucci, Donna Caban.
Good evening. I am Jean King. I am speaking for myself, do not represent any organization of which I presently serve nor previously served on the board or advisory committee. This is true of past statements, although also unless I specifically stated that I was speaking on behalf of an organization. I ask you not to adopt this development agreement for a hotel on the east side. By adopting this DA, you are interfering with the voters' rights to choose a better plan. Put the Central Park plan on the ballot. Let the voters vote and then adopt the development agreements for the downtown plan that the voters want. At a recent council meeting, Mayor Marchand questioned the statistics about how many participants of the outreach process favored a West Side hotel. There were several ways that citizens could enter their preferences on the location of the hotel. There were 3 ways online. Comments were entered under general comments, 4 concepts, and the concept tool, a rather involved, complicated tool where site plans were created. And there was also the public workshops. Using the outcome of the public workshops and the online concept tool, of those who registered a preference for the location of the hotel, 109 preferred the west side, while 59 preferred the east side, which gives a preference of 65% or 2/3 for the west side hotel. Including the additional input to the online general concepts and the 4 concepts, of those who registered a preference, 255 preferred the west side and 88 preferred the east side location for the hotel, and that preference was 74% or 3/4 for the west side. The community showed their preference for the west side hotel, and I ask you not to approve this development agreement for the East Side Hotel. And I'd also like to address the fact of the signature gatherers who tell lies. And at a city council meeting, somebody did say that one of the petition gatherers for the Central Park had made the accusation that the city council was on the take. So I investigated, I researched that more and talked to the person who that was said to and found out where it was said, at what time it was said, and the location, and got a description of the signature gatherer. I went and found that signature gatherer, and I talked to the people that was in charge of the whole thing, and he was fired. So when our instructions for the signature gatherers, I went to the instructions, they were never told to lie. They were never told to say any of those things. We gave them things that they were supposed to say, and I apologize if they didn't, and we have found that if they didn't say the truth, they were fired. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Michael Ferrucci, Donna Caban, Doris Ryan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members in the audience. Michael Ferrucci, 508 South Livermore Avenue. I've been a Livermore resident for 38 years. I've raised 3 children here. I've owned 3 businesses here. I went through the complete downtown renovation when my business was downtown when we closed First Street. Just kind of put things in perspective. I signed the petition for the Central Park. I signed it out in front of the post office. The person that talked to me did not know much about the initiative. I was clearly signing it so that I have an opportunity to vote on this issue. And I think that the thousands of people that did sign the initiative want to vote. And I think they're smart enough to read the ballot initiative when it comes out so that they're voting on the truth. I'm disappointed with your decisions, and I just have to tell you that because I've I think I've put all of you in office at one time or another. I'm encouraged by our democratic process because I know we're going to have a referendum and you guys are going to have to face the music and see how you feel about that. When I look at this picture of a Central Park, I'd like that. I'd like to see something like that downtown. I grew up in San Francisco around a lot of different parks, including Golden Gate Park and Union Square. That's a good thing. Right now, the Bothwell is the closest park to my location. There's hardly any trees there. It does have a playground. It's a good park. But a Central Park is more of a community park. I know you're not going to listen to the people that are here tonight, or at least not act in going towards, you're going to approve this DA. I mean, that's pretty obvious from your comments in the last couple meetings. Some of them very disgusting comments, I should say. And yes, I'm looking in your direction. I haven't heard one single apology from any of you for what you've done. Lastly, I want to pay tribute to some people, and these are people that you know, and because they're slow growth people. This is really not a growth issue, this hotel. It has to do with just doing the right thing. But people like Walter Davies and Archer Futch, and yes, Don Miller, who is your mentor, you say, you've claimed many times, and I understand.
Absolutely.
Well, amen. If it wasn't for Don, we'd look like Dublin. We would look like the San Fernando Valley. Jim Day, Margaret Tracy, and yes, Joan Sepla. I encourage all the young people in this audience, the quote millennial people, if you know who you are, go back to 1972 and see what the SAVE initiative is. Read about Measure B, read about Measure D, and understand why Livermore is such a beautiful, wonderful, desirable community to live in. It's because the people that stand up there that have worked with the citizens, and it's pretty disgusting. I'm sorry that you're not paying attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrucci. Donna Caban, Doris Ryan, Richard Ryan.
Good evening, Donna Caban. Livermore residents want to vote on the downtown plan without council interference. The Livermore Central Park Initiative guarantees our right to vote on this issue. Signing development agreements before the election compromises our right to a fair and open election. Signing agreements now is a mistake. At the very least, the council would be wise to add contract language approving the agreements only if they can be reversed or applied equally without penalty to either initiative election outcome. The best solution would be to delay signing agreements pending the results of the election. If you go forward with these agreements tonight, you leave us no choice but to file a referendum, and we are prepared to do so. Above all, we support the residents' right to a fair and open election. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caban. Doris Ryan, Richard Ryan, Sherry Souza.
Well, a lot of people have had a lot to say here, but I would like to start and perhaps end by quoting a person we've all heard of, Ben Franklin. I will speak ill of no man and speak the good I know of everybody. That said, not everybody agrees about everything all the time, and the current implication is my request to please not foreclose the possibility of a Livermore Central Park. Because think of the possibilities. You could have signs that say dog walking encouraged. Think of that.
You could have those cute little places that you can stand behind with a hole in the middle of a pretty picture or a provocative picture and have your picture taken. That would make everybody happy, and people would say, Livermore is really a great place. There must be fun people living there. Aren't they lucky? Okay, that's one possibility. And I have to say this too, because I attended a good many of those outreach sessions and workshops which have been widely referred to. And one factor that was very high on the list of preferred amenities was to retain the community character of Livermore. And that goes to a central park. You just have to say it. It's open space. It's an opportunity for people to meet and greet their friends and their friends' dogs and cats and ideas. There could even be a place like whatever the park is in London where people stand and speak their piece. That's their privilege. That's a great thing. Oh, just one other thing about that outreach program. People at the time also ranked housing very low, even though it was it was ranked very low. And at that time, people were not aware of the fact that trees had been cut down all around the perimeter of the growth property, the growth block, and they did not know that there would be well over 200 housing units constructed there. So I think that would kind of go to what people might think about this too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Richard Ryan, Sherry Souza, Steve Larrañaga.
Good evening. I have spoken to you recently on the subject of approving development agreements for the downtown area. I urge continued prudence. Any development agreement approved by you should be comprehensive enough to allow either of the two plans that are viable at the present time, namely the council-approved plan. And the other, of course, is the citizen plan proposed in a qualified initiative. It appears the agreement before you this evening is limited to the single possibility of the council-approved East Side Hotel. Prudence and good governance say the draft agreement should be returned to the staff to be amended to be comprehensive enough to include both of those possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Sherry Souza, Steve Larrañaga, Donna Argula.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Sherry Souza, Realtor here in town, also serve on the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce. I wasn't sure what I was going to say when I came up here tonight, but I do know that I came here in support of you approving the development agreement with the Wine Country Hotel and the Bankhead project. When I hear all of the proclamations made for the good that is being done in our community by people who are opposing the process of the City Council, it makes me think about that person's efforts and how they could be an asset to our community instead of a detriment to our community right now, where they could perhaps shift a little bit, compromise a little bit more. We had a plan, we have a good plan. And the undertakings that are being done, the manipulation, the undermining of the plan, the threats to the City Council and the city and everybody else takes away from the good that has been done in our community. And that's a shame, because we do have Joan Sepula has been a good community member. I'm not sure why the efforts are put out here to undermine your work. I think it's special interest. I think it's about getting her way. I think she's always gotten her way. She's voted in city council members term after term after term. She has She has even claimed that she owns you at times. It has been said. But what I want to do is I want to move it the other way around, and I want to ask the community to think about everybody it's impacting, not just the performing arts, not just the people who want the Central Park, but this is always also affecting all of the vital businesses in the downtown area, all of the businesses that want to come to the Tri-Valley area. And the longer we wait to put this development forward and to move these projects forward, the less interested they are going to be in coming here and building family and building a vital downtown and doing what's right for the rest of the community, not just the minority. So I just ask you to move it forward as quickly as you can, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Souza. Steve Larinaga, Don Argula, Doug Mann.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, staff. Thank you for your time and for being here. I appreciate it. I just want to let you know that I'm in favor of you guys moving forward with this development with the hotel. It is something much needed for our downtown businesses, our wineries. We need to get going on this. This has been promised years and years ago, and we're way behind on it, on our promises. And so with the actions that you guys have taken lately, I want to say thank you, because it took guts to be able to speak exactly what you guys are seeing. And I just want to say I appreciate what each and every one of you are doing up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larinaga. Don Argula, Doug Mann, Anna Lim.
Dawn Argula, CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here this evening to reaffirm our support for the downtown plan you adopted and for this item to advance the development agreement with Presidio Companies. You have our deepest appreciation and respect for the extraordinary effort, fair and thorough, put forth in developing a plan that went beyond earlier expectations of just housing, hotel, and parking. Of course, the real challenge is in the execution. I'm reminded of the words spoken by former Alameda County Supervisor Mary King, who had been appointed to head up the multi-jurisdictional regional committee of elected officials that was charged with selecting a design for what is today our beautiful Bay Bridge. To say that it involved a politically contentious process is an understatement. It was in the midst of this painful and exhausting process that Supervisor King was heard to express these words. Sometimes we are so busy trying to keep our job that we forget to do our job. Thank you, Mayor Marchand and Council Members Carling, Coomber, Monroe, and Warner for doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Mann, Anna Lim, Jeff Caskey.
Good evening. I think the meeting opened with some wonderful statements by Tamara Royce. I think she's one of the finest writers and orators that we have in this city, and I really appreciate what she had to say. On this item, I wasn't sure what I was going to say either, but Dick Ryan reminded us again that there is a middle way out, or an easier way out of this than just having a contentious DDA right now. You could have a developer agreement that would accommodate either location for the hotel, and this one doesn't. I think you should modify it and do that. It's a way of peace, and I think that those kinds of sentiments would be good for us right now. Last year, when we had the zoning referendum, at first, I thought you got off to a good start after you got all the signatures, you adopted it, and I thought, okay, well, great, you just need step 2 and 3. Move the hotel to where most people in the outreach wanted it, and then build it as quickly as possible. The problem is you didn't do steps 2 and 3. And you also, by neglecting those 2 steps, you lost something, which is an actual vote of the people by Livermore, where you could really see. I mean, we can all, sure, we're a subset of people that come here and talk to you. But a citywide vote would have told you something that we have not been able to tell you right now, which is what does everybody really want? And so I would caution you to be very careful what you do with this next referendum. You've got real choices to make on this, and you don't know how they're going to play out. I'm not, well, I guess I would just add one other thing. I've been here to a couple of meetings where Don Miller's name has been brought up. And as you know, I knew Don Miller very well. In many ways, he invented many of us. To a degree, Mayor Marchand, he invented you, he invented me, he invented Mr. Ferrucci, he invented many of the people who have spoken today. I think he would like Dick Ryan's advice. And were that not an option, I think he would be far more in favor of the Downtown Park Hotel.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Anna Lim, Jeff Caskey, Lynn Seppala.
Good evening. I'm a longtime resident of Livermore, and I remember in 2017 going to some of the public workshops and giving input, as many of our citizens did. And the majority of the people at that time favored a hotel on the west side. So it puzzles me, and I don't understand the reason that the city council decided to favor a hotel on the east side. The other area that I am not sure I understand is that we had favored more open space downtown, and it doesn't seem as if the council is in favor of that, if I am understanding correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lim. Jeff Caskey, Lynn Seppala, Lisa Tromovich.
Good evening. I am Jeff Caskey. I have no expectation of changing minds tonight. I was surprised at how quickly the civility went down. I think I also got some understanding of it, though. When a speaker at my position said something about calling people by name, and a mere 15, 20 feet away, it got interpreted as calling people names. When we have people who did hear that a petitioner said that they were on the take, and they've interpreted that to mean that the petitioners were scripted to say that council members were on the take. Does anybody else at that dais believe that the petitioners, through the process, were scripted to say that council members were on the take? So we will continue, Unify Livermore will continue to say what horrible people we are, that the initiative will kill the whole downtown or the Stockman's Park, knowing these things to be false. So this is really, for them, stopped being about a downtown plan and instead about making neighbors into villains if they support the Better Livermore plan. But I'd like the council to live up to their claims of honesty by acknowledging that this development agreement and the others being pushed through at the same time are about subverting the Better Livermore initiative, which was signed by thousands of Livermore voters. The staff report says it. July 22nd says the initiative is, quote, generating uncertainty. And then and on July 8th says the development agreements are, quote, to, quote, establish certainty regarding land use of the site. So the development agreements are intended to thwart the initiative. Councilmember Warner carefully observed that this does not prevent people from voting. Well, they can walk into their polling place. But if the council has preemptively passed an ordinance nullifying much of the effect of their vote, council should admit that they have nullified the effect of that vote. I think you will vote for it. I'd like to hear you honestly describe what it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caskey. Lynn Seppala, Lisa Tromovich, Lynn Naylor.
Good evening, Council.
Why is there such a reluctance to even discuss a West Side hotel? After public outreach ended in 2017, the Livermore Unity Group proposes two hotels locations, the east side of Livermore Avenue and L Street. After the Unity Group detailed their vision, the council enthusiastically directed staff to pursue them both. The group took its cue from the outreach program, where the participant indicated a clear preference for a West Side hotel. Furthermore, Presidio offered in a council meeting their willingness to build on both sides. Two main reasons for an East Side hotel expressed in the outreach process are not relevant anymore. Number one, the East Side hotel can be built faster. In fact, comments from developers of the Black Box said they wanted the city to break ground in the spring of 2018. That was never a possibility. With the phased development of streets, parking garage, and other infrastructure, a hotel date more like 2022 or the east or west is a realistic date. Number two, the city plan, 15 years old now, and calls for an East Side hotel. The landscape has dramatically changed. First Street was narrowed as Highway 84 was relocated. The triangle formed by Livermore Avenue, Railroad, and First Street were transformed with movies and live theaters, restaurants, and other retail businesses. Before 2016, no one knew what might go around the West Side Hotel. An East Side hotel then posed less risk to the developers. Now, with the Stockman's Park, a small theater and science center in the works, a West Side hotel makes sense. It is time for the council to step back, take a deep breath, take some time, and re-examine the issue. This is the wise course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sepula. Lisa Tromovich, Lynn Naylor, Asa Strout.
Hi, again. First, I just want to make a quick thank you for your support of the wonderful work of Livermore Downtown Inc., Rochelle Snedecor, her staff, and volunteer board, and all that they do for this city. It's really incredible, and our downtown is something to be proud of, and thank you all for supporting that. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Livermore Shakespeare Festival. We express support for the DA, for the Wine Country Hotel at the Bankhead. We support it for multiple reasons. One is we have spent 15 years studying it with multiple consultants. It's been a very careful process. It has not been rushed. We have discussed it for over 15 years because the early planning process, as I understand it, started at approximately 2000. PlaceWorks in the city provided an open process encouraging public input. I personally disagree and would like to call into question the repeated statement that the majority of people wanted a hotel on the west side. It really, I know it was mentioned back in January that it depends on how you work with statistics. But when I know that certain things happened, for example, one whole table wanted it on the east side, but an individual person wanted it on the west. So that person set herself aside at her own table, drew her own picture. So if we're counting pictures, that isn't an accurate count of the public. So I'd like to call that into question. And the statement also doesn't seem to take into account the fact that many of the representatives here are coming from organizations and groups who, instead of bringing every member of their group to speak to council, are representing literally hundreds of people. And we're having those discussions in our boardrooms with our memberships. So there are many, many more people represented than I think are being counted when that statement is being made. And I'd just like to formally say that I think we need to question that statement. The plan that you have does include a central park. It's called Stockman's Park. And that particular park does integrate the various aspects of our community. It is carefully designed with creating windbreaks and passive surveillance for the park, roadways that facilitate fire and safety. And none of these things I see taken into account in the other design. It's been mentioned that there could be a place for Livermore Shakespeare Festival there, but the way it's designed, it is not functional. And no one anyone can ask me why it's not functional, but there are multiple reasons, and I don't want to waste the last 30 seconds saying that, because I'd just like to say thank you. Let's move forward with the sound plan that we have all worked on very, very hard, and there are literally hundreds of people, not all of them speaking, but who have sent their representatives to represent their interest in moving forward with the East Side location and the wonderful plan you've all built. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tromovich. Lynn Naylor, Asa Strout, Denise Ledden.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Lynn Naylor. I'm the CEO of Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group, and I'm one of those people that's here representing a large number of people in the Tri-Valley region. I'm here to confirm that our organization and the business leaders that we represent from all across the Tri-Valley are in full support of the current Livermore downtown plan, with a boutique hotel at the Bankhead as now planned by Presidio Partners. The vision for the downtown plan emerged because of an admirable amount of hard work, passion, and commitment by so many people in the Livermore community. The plan has long been agreed to by the community because it delivers a project that well serves the public's interests, both in Livermore and the broader Tri-Valley. I have to say that I had the pleasure of serving as executive director of the Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association 15 years ago, and I had the pleasure of talking about this same topic at that time. And it's time to continue to push forward and make this hotel happen. I want to honor the integrity, the commitment, and the collaborative leadership of Presidio Partners. They have stood by us through long conversations, and we are grateful to them for their leadership to this community and to the Tri-Valley. Thank you, Council and City staff, for helping us keep this project moving with Presidio Partners so that our entire Tri-Valley can finally benefit from this amenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naylor. Asa Strout, Denise Ledden, Travis Fisher.
Hi, I'm Asa Strout, CEO of Unified Livermore. Thank you for having me again. I'll just jump right into it. So we're here to approve or vote down a development agreement for a hotel downtown Livermore. We urge the city to move forward with that agreement primarily for the following reasons. Over the last couple of years, we've used the priorities identified during the outreach process to develop a plan that was truly a compromise between all those priorities. There was 10 listed, parking being number 1, housing being number 10. Using those priorities during the plan was put forth that included everything that everybody was hoping for. There was affordable housing with an emphasis on the affordable aspect for the housing advocates. There was a hotel that was included that's been on the plan for decades, that's really been needed by or wanted by our local businesses and wineries and a wedding industry that's been growing like gangbusters over the last 15, 20 years. A black box theater and a science center for the arts and science community. And most importantly, a park dedicated to our Livermore's unique history of stockmen and our veterans. So pulling all those elements together truly was a compromise. Even when there was a referendum in place, that was a referendum on some elements of the downtown. The city, compromising again, accepted the referendum at face value. They lowered the height of the hotel from 4 stories to 3, which again was another step towards compromise. What we're seeing right now with the initiative is we're seeing the same behavior where we're putting forth something that we want, we're getting it. It seems like the goalposts are moving with that compromise. We've compromised over the last 5 to 10 years on what the downtown is going to look like, and we've reached a place where we're at a plan that is going to be successful downtown. And so we urge you to move forward with this hotel DA to keep the wheels going. We can't have what happened with the referendum, where one referendum moved the end date of the hotel from the end of 2020 to opening date to the end of 2022. That's one referendum was 2 years of delay for the hotel. Not going forward with the DA and this initiative could put the hotel back significantly longer, because that was just one floor. This is an entire new site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strout. Denise Ledden, Travis Fisher, Evan Branning.
Good evening. I'm Denise Ledden. I second many of the excellent comments made tonight by the Central Park Plan supporters. There are too many of them to mention. I still support the Central Park Plan, a West Side hotel, more green space, in addition to Stockman's Park, a black box theater, a science center, and now a vote by the citizens of Livermore by referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ledden. Travis Fisher, Evan Branning, Jeremy Troop Massey.
Good evening, council, staff. First off, I want to say awesome ribbon cutting ceremony. If that's any sign of the future, I'm excited. And I also want to add, I appreciate everyone past and present who has added value on both sides to the community in general. And thank the council again for helping me get involved. I see your passion, got me excited. That's why I'm here for a third time, so thank you. And I kind of want to start with a little story. I'm all for petitions. Actually, in elementary school, I started a petition to unban kickball, as funny as that sounds. It worked, it passed, which was exciting. But one thing that wasn't involved was someone paying me. And I guarantee you, if I was being paid a good amount of money for each signature, I would have tricked the principal into signing that petition. So there's nothing wrong with petitions, but I think it needs to be done by the passionate people who have spoken and said they've been out there getting the signatures. I'm all for that, and I'm happy they're out there getting involved. But when it comes to other people on the outside coming in and being paid to get these signatures, and they're not from the area, they don't really know what's going on, and they're getting paid a lot, I don't think it really makes sense to me. And on top of that too, I've been discussing this with a lot of my friends, and I can't tell you how much they seem excited, and my friends get excited about a lot of stuff, but to see them excited about something in the city they live in is something else, as having young people in my circle, seeing them wanting to get involved as well, reaching out saying, hey, when's the next meeting? That excites me, and that's thanks to you guys. So I think you're doing an incredible job. And on top of that as well, from what I've heard, we have voted on this already, and I'm kind of curious why people just can't kind of say, okay, darn, let's move forward, because we need to move forward towards the future, plain and simple. We need to stop delaying. We need to stop wasting time, because time wasted is like opportunity's assassin. This just doesn't make sense to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Evan Branning, Jeremy Troop Massey, Carl Winty.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I didn't even plan on speaking about this. I came here actually for some of the items later on the agenda. But hearing some of the things said, I felt like I had to speak up. So we've been having this debate for a while now, and a few things have come up that I want to set the record straight on. So first of all, I'm very upset to hear people coming up over and over and saying, I've lived here for X number of years, or I'm a property owner, I pay my taxes. So I live in town, I pay property taxes, but that shouldn't give me an extra vote. That shouldn't make it so that I'm somehow better than someone who rents or someone who lives here without shelter. Everyone has an equal say in the way that the city works, and everyone should be given an equal vote regardless of their current living situations. Second, I wanted to say that I was actually in San Francisco just the other day. And it has been referenced, Central Park in New York, in San Francisco, European parks. And all of them have one thing in common when you see these large central parks downtown. It's that they're surrounded by buildings that are 4, 5, 10 stories tall. In order to have these large open spaces, we need density to be able to offset the costs. If people are willing to say, yes, let's build huge buildings, let's look at having skyscrapers downtown, then we can talk about expanding the space. But what we did during the process is we said, let's find a compromise. Let's all come together. Everyone will get a little bit of what they want, but not everything they want. And that compromise is how we ended up with the current plan. We can each say, I want this. I can say, I want ice cream. I can want ice cream every day. And I know that if I'm eating ice cream every single day, my body will not enjoy that. I will end up worse for the wear. In the future, I will pay the costs. And perhaps if I'm not worried about the future, if I don't care what the next day holds, then I might eat ice cream every day. This downtown plan is the same thing. If you're not concerned of what the future holds, if you don't care that you have to pay extra property taxes, or that you'll have to pay for the next 30, 40 years for this expanded plan, you can say, yes, let's just go for it. Who cares about what the future holds? Let's just spend the young people of this town's money, the taxpayers' money, on a plan that we think looks better. This is not the way that it is supposed to work. What we elected you for is to come up with a plan that would be fiscally responsible, that would meet the needs of all residents of the city, not just a select few. And I thank you for all you've done, and I hope you will vote to support this DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Jeremy Troop Massey, Carl Wente, Rochelle Snedecor.
Good evening, Al. All right, so I'd like to start speaking to the lady and kind of what the Better Livermore represents, particularly when they come out here and speak on dog walking and provocative photos downtown. Dog walking is something I prefer to do in my beautiful wine country for those looking for some open green space. And additionally, it just kind of speaks to me how disconnected this Better Livermore group is, claiming that they represent me as a voter. I'm a 28-year-old homeowner, taxpayer, and voter, and you do not represent me, and that's that. Kind of side note, kudos to the 4.02. I got to meet the folks responsible for that. Thank you for all you do. I learned a little something today. That's awesome. Kind of moving back to what we're talking about, I support the progression of this plan and just the diversity of votership that it represents as well, I think. In regards to a referendum, like I said on my last time I was up here, good luck, because what you've done is you've activated the youth, and I don't think that's an adversary you've dealt with before. And like Travis Fisher said, we are interested in making our community better. So again, good luck, and for those looking for open green space, please visit lvwine.org. Thank you.
Carl Wente and Rochelle Snedecor. Out from the wings.
It's nice and cool outside. Mr. Mayor, council, staff, we salute you. It's so good to see more people coming in. I will endeavor so hard to maintain the passion that's running through. Moving forward is what's key, moving forward for the betterment of Livermore. So I apologize to any and everybody. I'd also like to thank, all the history that came before, Ferrucci for having coffee with me, and Joan Sepula, all that's done, Gene King, the list of to whom you donate, the arts, everything else. I know I'm addressing you, but I'm thanking you all for what the awesome place this is, and want to continue to have it move forward. First Amendment, religion, establishment or exercise, speech, press, to petition the government for redress of grievances. Sort of a petition comes in with referendum and initiative, and the peaceably assemble. So I have the right to press as well, my First Amendment right, and I'm currently investigating the ongoing intermingling of the editorial side, i.e. ownership of our local newspaper, with the articles that are being written, and it's better when they're separate so the free press can function on its own. Now, the First Amendment of speech. The Supreme Court ruled that the barriers to entry were so little after the printing press that anybody could do it. So anybody can get their own paper and you could say whatever you want. Jefferson and Hamilton were spewing at each other, and to say that Jefferson kept his mouth shut unless it was positive, no, negative, Ghost Rider. They were spewing venom. But, the First Amendment to press. So I am investigating that, and I will continue to do so. I do quote from public filings. I do not condemn those who donate and give to make this a better place. This initiative is about zoning. You all know that. You've said that. This initiative is not about a plan. This zoning says no hotel next to the bankhead. These zoning changes. As I understand, I am not a lawyer, but have read and have studied. No hotel next to the bankhead, very important, and also changing the housing density to have those high-density units. Now, you run risk of what's going to happen in the state of California, and the laws will come down that say, hey, take all of those parcels to that same density, and then all of a sudden we're not in control of our own destiny. So it's not a plan. And zoning by initiatives has been challenged, and we'll see where this process goes as a rule of law. And court's discourse, I apologize if I've ever, if my words have harmed. That is not an intent. Move forward. At the beginning, I didn't care what side the hotel's on. I still fundamentally don't care what side the hotel's on. But I want things to move forward, and then so forward is the current plan that we have. The hotel on the west side, we need a hotel for the merchants. We need a hotel for Rusty, for the press, for those people that were promised it. So I support the plan. Thus, I support the west side, or excuse me, the east side hotel by the transitive property. Let's move it forward, make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wente. Rochelle Snedecor.
So since I'm following Carl, I've decided to do this as a song. No, I'm not. But it does start with respect. So R-E-S-P-E-C-T. I wasn't going to speak tonight because I figured you know what I think. I am tired of hearing myself talk, so I can only imagine how you all feel. But it's become very evident that there is kind of a overlaying disrespect for our businesses downtown. They never even get brought up when the Central Park plan is talked about. I haven't heard any conversations. There has not been any meetings with the downtown businesses to say, you're the ones that have to live with this. It affects their livelihood, it affects their ability to raise their children, pay their bills, and serve us. So I don't know if there's an underlying disrespect because we look at them as they're the help, and they don't need to be at the table with all of the brains in this community. But they are not the help. They are the fiber, they are the backbone of what has made that downtown become alive. We hear that it's all because of the bankhead. I love the bankhead. And many nights out of the year, most of the nights out of the year, it's dark. But it's still vibrant downtown, even if there's not a play showing. That's because of the businesses. So this continued talk of a park has me wanting to have myself buried in the park. Central Park, let's talk about that. Lincoln Center is 2.8 miles away from Central Park. It's not in their commercial district. It's a place to go away from the busy of a downtown. Guess what, people? You know how far Sycamore Grove is from downtown Livermore, from the Bankhead Theater? 3.2 miles. Kind of similar. Guess what? You know how big Central Park is in New York? 843 acres. Guess how big our Sycamore Grove is? It's bigger than Central Park by 4 acres. So we have those things, those places that are beautiful, and I'm starting to wonder if what we're seeing is we are not meeting the needs of our seniors by helping them with the mobility to enjoy these places. Are these things starting to feel less accessible because we don't have the means through, whether it's LARPD, whether it's the city of Livermore? When I hear I can't walk across the street from a garage to a Bankhead performance anymore, so I need a new garage. It's going to be the same distance from around the corner or next door from the garage as it is across the street. Shouldn't we have shuttle services door to door from parking lot to the front door if we have an issue with seniors and not being able to walk that far? That's on anyone that is inviting that demographic needs to be meeting the needs. You don't do it with multi-million-dollar garages. You do it with shuttle services. When you go to a Wente concert, there are 6-seaters, the golf cart things that can pick you up at your car when you're getting out and get you right to your seat at the concert. So I think we need to really start thinking about the businesses. And if you have not talked to them, I'm going to say this real quick. I will call out names. Karate Jewelers, Cost Crew, Vans Health Food, Main Street Designs, First Street
If you could
Street.
please wrap it up.
Anyway, know those people, and if you don't know their name, you shouldn't be designing their downtown.
Thank you, Ms. Snedecor. Okay, that's it for the cards. And I think we broke the record for the length of the consent calendar for comments. Bringing it back to the council. Any questions? Comments? Sure. Councilmember Warner?
I think Councilmember Coomer wanted to go first.
Want to go first?
I love going first.
Okay, Councilmember Coomer, go for it. You're first.
I want to preface this, what I'm going to say, is I count Joan Sepla and Gene King as friends of mine. I have for a long time, since Measure D, the urban growth boundary. So we are not enemies or strangers, and the characterization of this council as being against the will of the people is wrong and misinformed. I get to speak to both of them every once in a while these days. I have not spoken to a single one of any of you, not an email, not a call. So you come up here and say we are not hearing you, well, there's probably a reason for that. So I'd like to hear from you. However, about citywide votes, I see very few of you at budget meetings, and I'm very keened into budgets. And the city plan was created because we have a budget to maintain. And it's kind of my goal, as I'm not going to speak for the rest of my colleagues, but I think we think alike on this, is that I neither want to see new enterprise districts that will cost downtown merchants more, nor do I want to see the taxpayers burdened with an additional assessment, because there are many young taxpayers in town that are young homeowners that really are pushed to the limit just to afford what they've got. And that's something I don't want to see. So we worked within a framework that would keep the city's budget afloat. Thank you to Doug Alessio for doing so and for explaining it so well to us in the finance subcommittee meetings. Why do we need to vote on it tonight? Because I've been in Livermore for 30 years, and the talk of it since Lucky has closed the doors and got torn down has always been since then. We found out that when we put out an RFP that not a single hotel developer wanted a West Side location. Not one, this many, that many. And I just don't see why we can't move forward with the location that was the preference of the hotel developers, of all of them. So I'm willing to concede that part as I was. I was the one who voted for the West Side Hotel and stood by the process by which a majority was gained. That's fine with me. Now that we're here, I want to see it happen because we owe it to the downtown merchants, we owe it to the wine growers, we owe it to every small business community, the chamber, anybody else who lives in Livermore to have a place for visitors to stay downtown. And since we won't be any closer if this initiative passes, we'll be farther away because it'll go out for an RFP again and we'll still look to get past that big zero for the West Side Hotel. Whether we get it or not, I don't know because it isn't out there. In the meantime, I'm going to vote to approve this development agreement because I want something to happen now in a place where it can happen, where we have planned for it to happen, where we've been budgeted for it to happen. Real important things to me. Thank you.
Okay.
They had their hands up first.
Okay, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Carling. Vice Mayor.
Okay. Well, I think what Councilmember Coomer said was just right. So I'll ask the city attorney again. I think I asked this last week. Is anything we're doing illegal?
No, sir, it's not.
Does this impact in any way, shape, or form the outcome of the initiative?
The initiative does not take effect until it's actually voted upon, so at this point, no.
But if we pass this tonight, does it impact the people's right to vote?
No, they would still have a chance to vote on the initiative.
So I'm a little perplexed as to why some people think that what we're doing is either annulling or minimizing or making meaningless their vote. I don't understand that, folks. We've talked about this in previous meetings.
Another thing that I think we've heard is statistics again about preferences for east side versus west side and so on and so forth. And I said this, I think, one of the meetings last week, I don't remember either Monday or Tuesday, but I recall on the last night of the meetings that we had in January, somebody from this group, from what is now called the Central Park Group, stood up before us in the public during public comment and said to pick a plan. And I reminded them at that time, and I'll remind you again, that we were never tasked to pick a plan. And we didn't pick a plan. We picked elements of a plan that we put together. And as I said last week, the mayor led us through a very deliberative process where we worked on each element that then became the overall plan that is now before you as to the city plan to move forward. So as again, please don't misrepresent the intent. And I will say that, you know, it was a year and a half-ish ago that we made that decision on east versus west. And other than the people in this room tonight, I haven't heard from a single person in Livermore that doesn't support the plan that we, the city council, approved. Not a single person. Either email, face-to-face, over the last year and a half, at all the events that I've gone to representing this city council. Not a single person supports, that I've talked to, supports the west side. They support the city plan and want to move forward, as Mr. Kroonber mentioned. Let's move on. I appreciate, and I'm going to mention in person, I appreciate Ms. Royce's comments, but I also don't appreciate somebody standing in front of us tonight saying that we're making disgusting comments and that they haven't heard an apology from any of us. I'd like to know what anybody thinks I need to apologize for. So you don't need to tell me now, but I'd like to hear that from somebody later on. Is there something that I've said to offend you at this dais? Because I don't think that I have. I think that I've been pretty clear and pretty confident in what I've said. I do take offense. I did bring up, I think, Monday's meeting, although they all run together at this point, that one of the signature gatherers claimed that I was, to my face and to my wife the next day, that the city council was on the take. Never did I suggest that the people that were paying for the signature gatherers, never did I suggest that they were told, they were scripted with that remark. And I take offense to suggesting that me, said that I understand from the folks that hired these people that was scripted. I never said that. But I can tell you that if you think you fired that person, they may have been fired, but they were still there collecting signatures at Lucky's after I was told that they were asked to leave. And secondly, they were also there collecting signatures for the Jewel thing. So I have seen that person after that, and that was frankly the same behavior that I saw from the signature gatherers during the last referendum when I was told that some of those folks had been fired, and up until the next to the last day the signatures were being collected, they were just as offensive and obnoxious as before. So I'm not suggesting that any of the residents or the citizens that were collecting signatures acted or misbehaved in that way. I'm talking about the folks that were hired. Somebody asked that they didn't understand why we picked the east side. For me, it's pretty simple, and I think I talked about it way back in January 2018. I have no interest in putting a hotel next to the Bankhead. Zero. I'm sorry. I have no interest in putting a parking garage next to the banquet. None. Why? Because I've talked to the professionals that work in theater, and that's just a bad scene for them. They don't want that. So that leaves me two choices: housing or hotel. And I thought it was pretty clear from the residents that they don't want housing there. So I'm left there, from my point of view, I'm left with an East Side hotel. Pretty easy, from my point of view. That was my decision-making process. I also heard from somebody that they favored more open space. Well, do you recall in January 2018, who was the one that asked for more open space around the housing? It was me. I think I directed the city staff that I thought we could do a better job with the open space, and I didn't like the shape, the footprint of the housing as it stood in that particular plan, and I asked for more open space. So then I was criticized the next time I met with some of the folks supporting your measure and saying, well, I guess you misunderstood. Well, okay, maybe I did, but I was certainly trying my best to accommodate what I thought was your desire, and that was more open space. So I'm very much in favor of this DA. I'm very much in favor of moving on. Oh, one more point. There's an issue about housing on Growth Brothers. We had this discussion last week, folks. That is market-rate housing. It is not workforce housing. It's a clear distinction. So please do not confuse the housing at Growth Brothers, private property, developing market-rate rental housing versus the other side of the street, supported by Eden Housing, a nonprofit building workforce housing. So please don't confuse that again. I think I've said plenty. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Trish, Councilmember Monroe, sorry.
So I spent some time this afternoon thinking about what I was going to say, and then I got here and listened to everybody, and I'm wondering what actually I should say. First of all, many of you in support of the DA have said what I would say. Second of all, I'm hearing the same arguments from everybody, and you've heard what I've had to say before. So I'm wondering what else I have to say. However, I'm sitting up here, so I probably will say something. I wanted to particularly appreciate what Evan Branning said. I've been thinking a lot about, it really bothers me, and I said this on Monday, when people identify themselves as property owners and as property taxpayers. And so I did have something to add to that. I bought my house in 1988, and I was late to the party at that point. At that point, it cost me a little under $200,000 to buy the house. People here, sitting here, many of you, I know, bought your houses for under $100,000. You're paying property taxes at those rates as well. When people who bought homes in the 1970s and 1980s are likely to have paid off their mortgages, there's a lot of disposable income. The point that those houses were bought, they cost about 3 times the household income, not 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. About a third of the household income went to paying for housing. That's not what it is anymore. So when I think about what I pay for my property tax, for my mortgage, which we've refinanced a few times, otherwise it would be paid off. When I think about what my property taxes are and what the property taxes of my children are, I recognize that, in fact, people of my generation owe a debt to the people of the next generation. And I would hope that we would pay that forward. That's certainly what I try to do. I'm also looking at what's coming next on the agenda. And I'm thinking about the fact that we have a problem with health in this community that has to do with vaping. Something that's come up, when I started running for office, I had no idea this existed. None. But it's clear that it's a big problem. The health of our children's at stake. We have a problem with homelessness. We're taking that up next on the agenda. I'm wondering how many people sitting here are going to stay to speak to that issue. Instead, what we're talking about is where the location of a hotel is. I find that really troubling. When the thing that made me most interested in running for office was the sense of collaboration. We've heard this before, the synergy of the various groups that came together, not just, I would say, to make a compromise, but to make something that was better than, the sum of the parts is better than each of those parts alone. And that only works when that plan is put together in the way that it is. Now, do I actually care which side of the street the hotel is on? No, but you know what? When I don't know and I don't care, I go to the people who actually are experts on the subject. And I go to the people who have a stake in getting it right. And those people say, you know what, East Side's better. The other thing, as Councilmember Coomber said, is delaying, and somebody else said 2-year delay, I think it was Mr. Strout, yeah. It's been 2 years delay simply because of the referendum. I want to get this done, so let's do it.
Thank you, Councilmember Monroe. Councilmember Warner.
Well, I definitely agree with everything that's been said by my fellow council members here. A couple of things I want to focus on, going beyond this, but it gets around to the process and the elements. And I heard several times they want a bigger park. Well, it strikes me that if you put the hotel on the east side, there's more room for a bigger park, right? I mean, so this can't be about a bigger park. It's not. It's really, I think, what's been brought up about parking and whether or not that makes sense to put it next to the Bankhead Theater. And it really gets down to a very small demographic that actually wants that. Because according to LVPAC's own survey, was it 94% of the people who go there are happy with their parking? So let's get to what this is about, and not about nice pictures that entice people to sign petitions. This is really about, fundamentally, what we put next to the theater. And we've already got a second garage underway. A third garage next to the Bankhead would be a waste of $15 million. And if we're really thinking about this, what's the reason why the people are proposing that they need more parking next to the Bankhead? It's because they're worried that the demographic won't be there to support the operations. Well, at the price of that hotel, let's just think about the numbers here. And I'll just go a little digression on the finances. If you look at the monetary contributions to the Bankhead, it's probably 50-50 from ticket sales and contributions, and there's a very high concentration donor risk. Just a couple of people make up about $400,000 or $500,000. That's what this is about. And the belief is we need to have the parking so that the people who are of that demographic will continue to support the ticket sales. Let's just think about this. 15 million, 20 million for a parking garage, this whole extra plan, it's about 20 million, at least, extra costs to the city. Think about a 20 million endowment, how much that would cover of the shortfall of the operations of the theater. So there are very many better cost-effective ways to handle this. It's a lot cheaper, as was mentioned by Ms. Snedeker. Put a shuttle together. You could put that together for a lot less than $20 million. So I look at this as, this isn't about a park. Because if it were only about a park, you'd have a lot more room if you moved the hotel to the east side. So let's get real. What is this really about? It's about this unnecessary parking garage because of, I believe, an erroneous belief that that's what is necessary in order to keep the bankhead afloat. That's what this is. So all of the rest of this is just, I can't believe, as Councilmember Monroe said, that we're into this battle at this level over that when we have so many more pressing problems in this city that could use that money so much better. So that's what I think this is about, and I think as time goes on, we'll see it ever more clearly. So, that's it. This is just unbelievable in my mind that we have all of this, shuffling around of what this and that when it's really real clear what it is. And I think, as was said in the previous meeting, I think we should just be straightforward and deal with it.
Thank you. And to that end, remember, we're building a 550 space garage we're bookending downtown on L Street. It's the 500 space garage. So instead of putting all three parking structures in one place, we're spreading the parking throughout the downtown. Okay. First off, I'm really happy to hear that Sycamore Grove is 4 acres bigger than Central Park. And to one of the speakers' point, that we're not surrounded with 40-story buildings to earn that open space. So, yeah, great on that. One of the speakers talked about how they talked to the person who had heard the lies from the signature gatherer. And nobody talked to me about the lies that I heard. And I actually had 4 different signature gatherers tell me that the mayor and the council were lying in 3 different locations. And when I went back, they were always still there. So the people that I had heard from, they obviously weren't from here because they didn't recognize that I was the mayor. And they didn't change their stories. So another speaker mentioned that number 2 on the list was maintain the downtown character. Right. Remember, that space was a freight yard. The town square was always Carnegie Park. That was our town square. This was a freight yard. And so we are actually altering the town character. The point about maintaining town character was to preserve the Blacksmith Square. And the first location for the West Side Hotel was on top of Blacksmith Square. The idea was to take Blacksmith Square away, bulldoze it, maybe move it somewhere because it was in the way, and put the West Side Hotel where Blacksmith Square was. That's one of the pieces that was so important to the community, was to preserve Blacksmith Square. As I said, that was where the train station was. That was a freight yard. The concept of this, people keep referring to it as the Citizens Plan, the Central Park Plan. It's a drawing. It's a drawing. And because where were the scheduled workshops and public hearings in the development of that drawing? I never heard of one. Every week they would change, but I never saw a public hearing. I never saw any public outreach on that. It's all of a sudden, every week these drawings would change, and where was the public outreach? I never saw it. I actually went back and looked at the original meeting, and where we formed the committee, and it said to the Vice Mayor's point, with respect to the committee, the first charge would be to bring back a recommendation on the hotel location and then parking. And then there was a suggestion that there would be, after council discussion, Mayor Marchand, there would be the outreach committee and appointed council members Warner and Carling, and a finance subcommittee appointed Vice Mayor Spadowski and Councilmember Coomber. So to my earlier point, I had nothing to do with this. So everybody else did a phenomenal job. So to another person's point, that housing was the very last thing on the list. Right. And what was just above the last thing was financial sustainability. And, you know, financial sustainability to those of us sitting up here is really important. So where's the financial sustainability on this drawing? There were no public hearings. There was no analysis, no traffic analysis. It's a drawing. We had a finance subcommittee set up. I haven't seen any financial analysis of the Central Park drawing. Talking about both sides of South Livermore Avenue, right? And I talked about this last week. The first place for the hotel was on top of Blacksmith Square, and then we had a lot of discussion about the east side or the west side. To the speaker's point about preserving the downtown character, to preserve the integrity of Blacksmith Square, with respect to the committee, the first charge would be to bring back a recommendation on the hotel location. But what happened, one of the very first meetings, I wasn't there, so I just take this as hearsay, but there was a minority group that showed up, and they tried to get everybody to adopt their plan. They brought in plans to the committee workshops, but that was never the charge of the committee to develop a plan. It was a recommendation to the council, and they did just that. I agree with one of the speakers that some of the comments have been disgusting, and I think some of the comments made about the integrity of this council are disgusting and unconscionable. And as I pointed out, I've heard those from a number of the signature gatherers, not just one or two. So I absolutely agree with one of the other speakers, one of the first speakers that's been referenced several times tonight. I will not call them by name, but yes, I would certainly appreciate the civil discourse. But when someone compares us to some of the great atrocities that have happened in humankind, I think those are disgusting comments. So I welcome the idea that we have a more civil discourse, but that has to go both ways. And when you see photographs in the or drawings depicting we as individuals that were elected to serve this community and very uncomplimentary things said about them that are untrue. That's where this civil discourse gets off track, is because it ratchets up the vitriol in the civil discourse. And I would welcome civil discourse, but when people stand at that dais and say that I'm corrupt, and then you expect me to just let that go, these are public attacks. And it is inappropriate. We were elected to serve this community. And I see people looking quizzical about that. Well, I'm not going to mention the speakers, because I was already called about that they shouldn't be called, even though they speak in the public forum and they identify themselves, and that's fair game. But I would welcome the more civil discourse. But as I said, when somebody comes up here, and some of you looked quizzical about that, but when people had referred to our participation in the outreach as the equivalent of the Nazi blitzkrieg that killed 40,000 people. I think we're getting there's a little bit of hyperbole, and they have spoken at that dais. So let's have a more civil discourse. We don't need to invoke Gibson's law. So okay, let's have it start here, that we will try to engage in a more civil discourse, no more character assassination, no more misinformation. Let's elevate this conversation, because we're better than that. Livermore is a remarkable community. We really are. The 5 of us are up here. We were elected to serve this community because it is a remarkable community, and we want to be able to keep it that way. That's why we're here. We're not here to take bribes or contributions from anybody. We're here to serve this community, and I'm proud of this community, and I will continue to serve this community to the best of my ability. So with that, those are my comments, bringing it back. Any further comments from the council? Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Monroe, seconded by Vice Mayor Carling. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. It's break time. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, make it 10 minutes. Let's get back here at 9:30. Thank you. I think we did break a record on the consent calendar, no doubt. Okay, good evening and welcome back to round 2 of the July 29th meeting of the Livermore City Council. We've just gotten through the consent calendar, and we're now on public hearings. This is 5.01, a hearing to consider adopting a resolution establishing a new fee for the tobacco retailer license. That we have Susan Frost and Jason Boberg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Susan Frost, Special Projects Coordinator, and with me is Lieutenant Jason Boberg from the Livermore Police Department. On June 24th, the Council approved a municipal code amendment to add a new chapter for tobacco retailer licensing. Briefly, the ordinance will ban the sales of flavored tobaccos, tobacco products, including e-cigarettes and fluids, ban the sale of all tobacco products within 1,000 feet of youth-populated areas, and require tobacco retailers to obtain a tobacco retailer's license. The license will be required for all current tobacco retailers and new retailers when they obtain a business license. The license must be renewed annually. The ordinance will be effective on August 8th. However, per council direction, enforcement of the ordinance will be delayed until January 1st of 2020. The proposed fee for the license is a full cost recovery for the enforcement of the ordinance and other administrative costs. Enforcement will include at least 1 inspection of each tobacco retailer per year and 4 decoy operations per year. Administrative costs include printing the forms, mailing notices, payment processing, and initial file setup. Based on these costs, the proposed fee for the tobacco retailer's license is $1,005 for a new license and $969 for a license renewal. Staff recommends the council adopt the resolution establishing the fee for the tobacco retailer's license. Thank you.
Okay, questions for staff? Councilmember Coomber?
Regarding the fee, is it to be a sequestered fee? Do we have the right to sequester a fee so it will be used for tobacco enforcement, or is it going to go into the general fund?
Well, just based on a full recovery of the actual costs and time being spent out there, it will flow into the general fund like all of your other fees and charges do.
Any questions? Vice Mayor Carling?
How did you calculate the fee?
We took information from the police department, and Lieutenant Bober can address that, but on the time that they spend with the inspections and also with the decoy operations. And we also worked with the finance department on their costs of establishing and setting up the files for the license and their costs as well, the staff costs and miscellaneous costs.
So it's modeled essentially after alcohol enforcement. So the same sort of inspections, sting operations were assumed, so the time was assumed to be quite similar to essentially do the same type of inspections we do for establishments that sell alcohol.
I'm not suggesting we do this, but we could suggest a different fee, I suppose. Is that right?
You are not required to do a full recovery fee. It has been your practice as a council in the past for new fees to generally be set at full recovery, but you have on occasion adopted fees that are less than that.
Okay, but not more.
You are not allowed to do what it's more.
Just checking.
Can't make any money off this.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Just a quick one, just to reiterate for the audience at home. So we've heard a great deal of support for increased enforcement and sting operations and the like for the tobacco retailers. And this fee will enable us to fund that enforcement effort, but the fee will not exceed the cost of that enforcement effort. Okay, great, thank you.
That reminds me of a question.
Okay, Councilmember Monroe?
One of the questions that has come up again, and that I've seen come up and heard come up is why the total ordinance? Why not just focus on the enforcement? Why not just get really tough? And I was wondering about, I've seen some of the data on this, so, but I'm wondering if there is a comment from city staff on simply going with the enforcement model.
The council asked us to explore a variety of options, and we believe that the recommendations that staff are bringing to you today will be the most effective, particularly if you're trying to focus on use of vaping products and similar things by youth in the community. The effort here with the package ordinance is really to limit access to those products and try to reduce the misuse that we're hearing about from our parents and from our school district.
One other thing we found was essentially that enforcing the current laws, there is a much, much higher percentage of violation in the community than with alcohol, which is sort of be a similar regulated product where the sting operations have a much higher compliance percentage over time. And also, it's a very small product. In other words, if you carry a bottle of beer into school, it's pretty obvious. So a vaping tool that looks like a pen or a flash drive is much more difficult. And so one of the things that we heard testimony on from the public was the difficulty of, once the item is purchased by even an eligible person locally, the ability to transfer that easily. And so at least the council's take was to ultimately try and lower that risk to the youth by a ban. Adults ultimately still have many options to get the tools that they want. But for the youth, the issue was essentially the saturation, especially near sensitive receptors.
Right, so this is an additional tool, not a single tool that we're taking up tonight. Yeah.
Okay, any questions? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. I have two cards, Ann Brown and Evan Branning. Ann left? Evan, you're on.
All right. Good evening. This is what I actually came here for, as well as the next item. So I wanted to just say thank you very much, first of all. Thank you for passing the original ordinance. And also thank you, while looking at this, for trying to make the fees as reasonable as possible. There had been some discussion about whether the fees would be, over the top or not. And I think that you've done a good job of making sure it is the lowest possible fees that would allow for appropriate enforcement. So just to remind everyone, I'm on the Alameda County Public Health Commission, which supports tobacco retail license, as well as the Livermore Human Services Commission. And I thank you for looking out for the health of the citizens of this city, as well as the surrounding areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Any comments?
The only comment I have is I'm surprised there aren't more people here speaking about this. I'm in favor of moving forward with it.
Just a quick comment that I have is that, tobacco does kill almost 500,000 people a year in the United States. As I said, I spent my career chasing parts per billion of compounds that were suspected of being carcinogenic. And as one of the speakers said a couple of weeks ago, the tobacco is the only product that, when used as directed, will eventually kill you. So I've gotten a lot of emails suggesting that, well, this is about people's ability to have freedom of choice, and that we shouldn't be legislating and creating this nanny state. Tobacco costs this country hundreds of billions of dollars a year in healthcare costs. So it is not just simply an individual's choice. It raises the cost of healthcare for everyone in this nation. And when you're talking about secondhand smoke, it's a very real impact on individuals' lives. So I certainly support this, and would certainly entertain a motion to adopt this.
I'll move we adopt staff recommendation.
Okay.
The ordinance.
Moved by Vice Mayor Carling, seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Any opposed? It passed unanimously. Thank you very much. That was quick. All right. Okay, moving on to 5.02. This is the to authorize the appropriation of the Homeless Emergency Aid Program funds. That's the HEAP funds. You may recall that we set up a subcommittee of the council to follow this and to lead the charge on it. So I'd like to ask the committee members to tee this up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, I think I'll let my colleague offer her thanks as well, but I want to thank Ms. Claudia Young and Eric Orenga and the other staff that are involved in this. I thought they did an exemplary job, and it was just very professionally done right from the very beginning. And I also think that the care, the concern, the empathy they have for the folks that are without shelter are just amazing to me. And I mean, I reach out to the liaison officers as well, who are also instrumental in helping us understand the extent of the challenge in the city and so on. So first of all, I wanted to offer thanks. I also wanted to set a little context. You know, this is an issue in Livermore, in the Bay Area, California, and nationwide. And when we were asked to do this, Councilmember Monroe and I decided that we thought we'd approach it from both the short-term, medium-term, and long-term point of view. And that's what you're going to hear from Ms. Young and Mr. Orenga tonight. But I just wanted to emphasize that this is, again, short, medium, and long-term. And we are focused, and what you're going to hear tonight is really about the short-term. And in part, it's because of the HEAP funds. And again, Ms. Young will walk you through that. But we, the city, I mean, it ultimately arrives from the state through the county and then to us. And we have on the order of 18 months to spend this. So when we talk about short term, that's what we're talking about. We will continue to look at this problem with more public outreach and more meetings with the public as we take on the medium and long term. So again, I wanted to point that out and make sure that everybody understands that. I also wanted to, if you haven't seen it, the Chronicle is running a very extensive homeless project, as they call it. And it started, let's see, today's what, Monday? Yeah, it started yesterday. And I thought a couple things, and I think Councilmember Monroe is going to talk about this, but they had a pull-out section about how you can help. I mean, one of the things we heard from some of the citizens sort of asking us how they could help, because we have people in our community that are willing to help, and they just don't know where to turn. And so, admittedly, this is a Chronicle point of view, but there are Livermore agencies that are listed in here. So that's many pages of how you can help if you're interested in seeing that. Secondly, they also had yesterday this 3-page thing on a Q&A on worsening crisis. And, you know, if you want to learn more about it, my suggestion was spend a little time looking at this, because there are some, I think, key questions that many of us had. I know certainly I did, and other things that we've heard about with respect to those that are unsheltered. And I do think that, again, the folks that are working this are obviously journalists, but on the other hand, they've spent some time not only talking to homeless people, but also experts in the field, and I think have provided some reasonable answers that certainly help me understand the problem better, and maybe if you're interested in seeing it, you might take advantage of that too. So, I mean, there's a lot of question about the navigation centers in San Francisco and so on and so forth, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about some of the things that we're looking at for the short term. But if you're interested in learning more about this, I mean, one thing you could do is talk to us, talk to our staff, but look at the material that the Chronicle is providing. I think it's very, very important and could help you really come to understand the challenges that these folks are facing. So I'll turn it over to my colleague.
So, yes, no, I absolutely want to add my thanks as well. I have been privileged to be part of this process so far, and I know that we're only partway there. As we go, as we go forward, I don't have a lot to add to what you said, except that I see some of the places that the people representing agencies that you can help with here in the room. And I'm guessing some of them are planning on speaking shortly. Would that be right? Nod your heads. Yes, yeah. As you speak, so CityServe, Compassionate Angels, I forget the first part of... Monthly Miracles. We have Open Heart Kitchen. We have... We need people to help staff the overnight shelters. So it depends on your level of desire for volunteer effort. As we move forward, we will, I think we already have places, Claudia, correct me if I'm wrong, we have places that people can look to volunteer on the city staff website, correct?
Correct. You can go to our website,
Right.
and we also have a link to CityServe of the Tri-Valley,
Yeah.
who has links to all of the other agencies
Right.
and their volunteer opportunities.
I wanted to speak to the material in the Chronicle. I also saw and appreciated that very much. One of the things that I've been very appreciative in Livermore is that, by and large, we have people who want to help, who want to make a difference, who want to fix it now. What we're going to hear tonight is the short term. The long-term solution is the last piece of this. What we'll be coming to, and I believe that Ms. Young will be talking about this later on, is where we're going to be heading in the future. So with that, again, actually there's one other piece, which is I really appreciated the people who came out to the 3 different sessions. We had 40 people, pretty much 40 housed people at each of the sessions, of the 2 sessions, and was it 27, 30 unhoused people coming to the session to get input from those people who are actually living the experience. Their words, everyone's words, both those who want to help, those who want to be in a different place that they are, have all helped shape where we're going now, and have enabled our wonderful staff to move forward with this. So.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Young, Mayor, council members, and staff. I wanted to start with some highlights. You've seen the staff report, and it's pretty extensive. So this is just going to go through some of the highlights. So in December, the council approved the implementation of the subcommittee on homelessness. Staff Staff has been working closely with the subcommittee, which is comprised of Vice Mayor Carling and Councilmember Monroe. Staff would like to thank the subcommittee and all of our partners who have been involved in identifying and willing to assist the city in building capacity to provide the services needed in each of these recommended pilot programs. The subcommittee's work plan included to develop a strategic framework to address short, medium, and long-term strategies. It also included hosting a series of community meetings with local program experts and service providers to learn about effectiveness of programs, challenges, and resources of existing programs. The subcommittee hosted 2 community meetings with the general public and 1 community meeting with our unhoused neighbors. Here in this slide is listed the variety of topics that were covered: crisis intervention services, safe parking, biohazard cleanup, mobile hygiene units, permanent and portable restrooms, storage, and trash. The general public meetings had a format of a public hearing. We heard presentations from existing program providers and local jurisdiction staff. The subcommittee was able to ask questions, and the attendees were provided an opportunity to comment on questions both written and verbal format. During our unhoused neighbors meeting, this was a little bit different. It was a listening session. We discussed the variety of short-term program options presented at the prior 2 community meetings, and participants were provided with feedback that was important in identifying the need, use, and challenges of accessing services. The attendees were provided an opportunity to comment and ask questions both verbally and written. So as a reminder, today we're talking about the short-term priorities. The subcommittee's short-term priorities include providing dignity to unhoused neighbors, establishing policy programs with immediate impact, and maximizing local, county, state, and federal resources. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the HEAP funds, the Homeless Emergency Aid Program funds. Alameda County received HEAP funds from the state of California through their Homeless Coordinating and Financing Council. This was under Senate Bill 850. These are one-time funds. They must be expended by March 31st of 2021, and each city must provide a match of 30%. Eligible services include direct services such as street outreach, health and safety education, criminal justice diversion programs. It also includes rental assistance or subsidies to prevent evictions or just for homeless prevention, and capital improvement projects. The HEAP funds allocation for each city was calculated based on the 2017 point-in-time count. And just for reference, the Livermore received $931,800. Pleasanton received $92,246,000, and Dublin received $107,620. The 3 cities are working very closely together, and we decided to pool in our money into a regional pool and submitted an application for regional pool programs. So this is the $494,000 that you see up on the slide. In addition, Livermore had a remaining $608,000 to do other programs specific to Livermore. And then there's the administration, which is 2.5% of the $1 million that's allowed for administration. The following is a slide showing a breakdown of the recommended pilot programs. We're going to start with administration. As I mentioned, this is 2.5% of the total allocation. Livermore will be the fiduciary agent for the regional pool. The administration funds will cover the cost to ensure all funding regulations are met, and this includes reporting and ongoing program monitoring to ensure compliance. The second item is for the regional pool. This is the $494,000. The cities will be partnering with CityServe of the Tri-Valley to provide outreach and case management and in-depth individual support to walk side by side with clients to obtain self-sufficiency. This is very unique to CityServe because they have a large volunteer base, and this is what makes their program effective. The next item is safe parking. The cost will be about $243,000. The city's partnering with 5 local faith community groups, the Livermore Area Park and Recreation District, and the school district to provide rotating sites 7 nights a week. To ensure health and safety, the program costs include an overnight attendant and overnight restrooms and trash service. This also includes another restroom option that the subcommittee wants that is not specifically related to the safe parking, but it'll be a portable restroom. The number of available parking stalls will vary at each site. It is expected that we will have an average of 20 vehicles in any given night. The city and partners will assess the need regularly and adjust according to the needs of the program. The next item is the shower and laundry service for $144,000. The subcommittee is proposing to expand on existing shower and laundry services at Asbury Church and at the Corner Store shower service at the Vineyard Christian Fellowship on Monday mornings. The goal is to provide approximately 5 days of showers with paid staff to coordinate service and gather usage data to meet funding and reporting requirements. The next item is trash service for $24,000. The Livermore Sanitation will be providing 2 trash units overnight, once a week, at specific sites to offer garbage collection. We'll be working closely with the Livermore Police Department to work closely with our unhoused neighbors and to provide information, expectations, and to encourage proper use and collaboration with our unhoused neighbors. The next item is storage, which is $54,000. At this time, staff is working to identify partners and a location. The storage may range from smaller individual lockers or it could be bigger bins. Right now, we need to identify the site and the provider, and that will kind of dictate the size and the functionality of the lockers. It will require an attendant to coordinate the access of the storage. And last is the biohazard cleanup for $142,000. The city will be partnering with Block by Block to provide biohazard cleanup and outreach services to educate the community and volunteers on opportunities and connect unhoused neighbors with available support services. So this is the total of the $1,131,666. Today, the recommended action is to authorize the appropriation of the local and regional homeless emergency aid program funds from Alameda County, and to authorize the city manager to sign related agreements and implement the pilot recommendations. This is a summary of the recommendations. The staff report shows it a little bit more in depth with details of each agreement. This concludes my presentation, and the subcommittee may want to add more. I'm available for questions.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Questions for staff at this point? Okay. Question.
Ms. Young, you said that there was more information in the staff report, and I wanted to just let people know that if you look at page 142 to page 146 or so of the agenda, or your page 146, from 142 to 147, you will find a fuller explanation of each of those points, and it's very clearly stated there, because it was a lot of work that went into this.
Tremendous amount. Okay, that I'm going to open up the public hearing. We have 8 cards, so Greg Scott, Kathy LaPointe-Collip, and Evan Branning.
Greg Scott, 5.02. Issue with the report. Page 3, paragraph 6, when you're talking about the homeless population in Alameda County, you're saying 43% increase. I think there's a mistake on that paragraph. It's relating point-in-time count 2017 to point-in-time count 2019. I don't think that's correct. It is a one-year difference. It's the point-in-time count 2018 to the point-in-time count in 2019. So that's for Alameda County. I don't know what the point-in-time statistics are specifically for Livermore for 2019. I haven't seen that yet. But my point is that I think we need an accuracy of the rate of increase of the homelessness. And Alameda County is a figure that's a 43% increase in 1 year. It may have been just a typo, or it's a little bit logically confusing because, say, the 2019 point-in-time count is for the 2018 homeless, the 2018 point-in-time count is for the 2017 homeless, so maybe apples and oranges got mixed there. On page 5 of the report, I think that's page 142, paragraph 4, we're talking about crisis intervention services, and then we're talking about CityServe and the individual plan for self-sustainability. That's very interesting. I'd like to see, like, maybe a general outline for the pathway to self-sufficiency. I mean, that self-sufficiency is interesting to me. What are we talking about self-sufficiency in a community where a little apartment's $2,200? Where a little room in a house, if you could get, it's $1,200. Where the median household income's $109,000 some odd dollars. You know, how is the person going to get to the self-sufficiency? What's the plan there? You know, some kind of transparency here that with the individual plan to get to self-sufficiency. Okay, that's the crisis intervention services. If part of that $494,000, you have 20 months, I believe, from August to March 31st, 2001. You're going to service 125 clients. That's $4,000 a client. You're talking $200 a month. What's your measurement of results? Do you have something like in project management here, like the program evaluation review technique? Do you have something to measure along time, like Gantt technique, graphic analysis time technique? What is you're spending all this money, what do you have for quantifiable and qualifiable results? I saw one service provider say, oh, they made X amount of contacts. Contacts, what does that mean? Is that like Robin Williams as Mrs. Doubtfire? Like, hello there. I mean, what are you talking about? I just don't get how you're doing results and that sort of thing. I could go on, but it's really frustrating. 3 minutes. I don't know. You really need to, you know, you keep going on about resources, but, you know, how are you measuring your results? Okay. The other point I really got to make shortly here is in safe parking. Okay, 20 cars. You had the liaison officers go out and the CityServe go out and count 20 cars. Alarm bell should be going off here if you think only 20 cars should be using the safe parking. The standard rule of thumb is the amount of homeless in vehicles would be 25% of the point-in-time count. I don't have your Livermore 2019 point-in-time count, but 2018 count is 243. That would be 60 people living in their cars. Okay, if you did University of Washington, their homeless modeling, it'd be 53% of the unsheltered. The unsheltered from your point-in-time count from 2018 would be 141, 53% of that, you'd have 74 people in their vehicles. Some alarm bells should be going off if you think it's only 20 cars that need the service. Okay, especially if you're spending $243,000, that's what, $12,000 a car, that's $600 a month. There should be more cars using that service. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Kathy LaPointe Collip, Evan Branning, Darren Lowndes. Kathy LaPointe, I think it looks like it's C-O-L-L-I-P. Okay. Evan Branning, Darren Lowndes, Brent Seiler.
Good evening. All right, 10 o'clock, and we're to something that's very important now for the city. So first of all, I want to start off by thanking Claudia. She is an absolute treasure, and the city is very lucky to have her working on this, on our homeless issue, as well as other human services issues. I also want to thank Greg Scott for his continued advocacy. I think we wouldn't have made it this far without him, and I'm very appreciative of him continuing to make this a priority issue. So as you know, I'm on the Livermore Human Services Commission and the Alameda Public Health Commission. This homelessness is one of the major issues affecting the region. For the Livermore Human Services Commission, this has been an issue we've been working on for the entirety of the commission, but in the last year, we've been looking at some of the groundwork that helped build up to where we are now for using the HEAP funds. We had multiple outreach meetings in the Human Services Commission, as well as outreach to the unsheltered. And some of the priorities that were brought up in this presentation were ones that we got from the community itself. Looking for a way to give some added quality of life was absolutely vital. There are many people who are unsheltered, who are chronically unsheltered, and they are going to be very difficult for us to find housing for and to be able to keep them in housing. But there are also a huge number of people who are in and out of homelessness, who have issues where the ability to find a shower, to be able to use a bathroom, to be able to store their things when they go to work, to not have to worry about whether or not they will come back to actually owning anything, are some of the concerns that can actually get someone who has been in and out of homelessness back into shelter on their own. As we work on these issues, this is the short-term plan, and it is absolutely awesome, in my opinion, that we are starting to really get these programs going where we can see immediate impacts in quality of life for people who do not have regular shelter. When we get to the medium and long term, we can start looking at bigger and bolder ideas, and I'm looking forward to what the city is going to be able to do. I do believe that we can tackle homelessness. It is unfortunate that it is a process that takes time, and it does take a lot of resources. I feel Greg Scott's frustration. I feel the frustration of anyone who does not have shelter. It is absolutely not a position any of us want to be in, and most of us are closer to it than we would like to realize. Unfortunately, once someone is unsheltered, the cost of getting them back into shelter is astronomical. The city cannot afford to build shelter for every single person. However, if we can stop people from slipping into homelessness and give people an opportunity to get back into shelter on their own, we do have a chance of starting to stem the bleeding and hopefully turn the curve on this very important issue. Thank you for your work. Thank you for making this a priority. I am honored to be able to serve on your Human Services Commission, and I am here to help in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandy, and thank you for your work on the commission. Darren Lowndes, Brent Seiler, Maxine Bruckner.
Thank you. I have a colleague here who's going to take up the last part of my time. I promise to be brief. Mayor Marchand, the Subcommittee on Homelessness, council members and staff, HCB is excited to be part of the City of Livermore's efforts to end homelessness. We thank the city for your support over the past 7 years, creating deeply affordable homes for formerly homeless adults. And we look forward to bringing our vision for the Vineyard Fellowship site to a reality. With the support of the City of Livermore, other jurisdictions, donors, and the state of California, HCB will construct 24 homes for homeless adults, a homeless resource center, and a commercial kitchen and dining room at that site. While we are fully aware that more than our 24 homes are needed, we are excited to work with other community-based partners and congregations at the Homeless Resource Center to positively impact the lives of many more people experiencing homelessness in Livermore. Services will address basic needs as well as provide case management, access to health and mental health providers, and housing assistance. Services will include bathrooms, showers, laundry, a clothing closet, and mailboxes, as well as a permanent site for the homeless refuge. Our anchor commercial tenant is Open Heart Kitchen. Open Heart Kitchen will provide free, hot, and healthy meals prepared 7 days per week, open to the local community members and residents. Before I hand off to Heather from Open Heart Kitchen, please allow me to again thank the staff and the city leadership for having the vision and commitment to end homelessness in Livermore through short-term, mid-term, and permanent solutions like ours at the Vineyard Fellowship site.
Good evening, Heather Grow, Open Heart Kitchen. Our meal program started with one site in Livermore serving 3,000 meals in 1997. Today we have 9 meal sites, serve 26 Tri-Valley schools, and we serve over 300,000 meals a year. Last year, we served over 5,200 Tri-Valley residents. Unfortunately, our commercial kitchen space has not kept up with the growing need for our services, and we're producing around 600 meals a day in a space that was designed to support around 150 meals a day. The Vineyard Project is an opportunity to have our own commercial kitchen designed to meet our capacity needs, and it allows us to serve more than a meal to our guests through community partner collaborations. We're truly grateful for all of the community support and the support from the City of Livermore as we move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You do phenomenal work out there. Thank you very much for that. Brent Seiler, Maxine Bruckner, Kathy LaPointe Collip.
COVID will not blow up. Evening, Council. There's young ladies who will post on Nextdoor about needing stuff to help unsheltered people. One was they needed a toolkit so people who are unsheltered can fix their bicycles. Well, they get it tonight. With a lifetime warranty, by the way. So just dipping slightly into my pocket, I was able to contribute to all the people out there that are going to be using this. And I think it's a great opportunity for the community to see you don't have to donate thousands or millions. $1, $2, a Starbucks coffee, a Pete's coffee, Panama Jack coffee, don't want to leave them out. Once a month, make that donation to one of these worthy partners that will contribute to the unsheltered society. Monthly Miracle has a great thing, $1 a month. Just think if we've got 90,000 people to donate $1 a month, what they could do. It'd be endless things that they can do. So I would encourage businesses to look at Monthly Miracles. They have carts. Omni Fight Club has one where you can bring in and drop stuff off. It will get collected and be used to support unsheltered families and others. So please take that opportunity if you're a business to consider getting one of their carts. As far as what was being done, outstanding work. Councilwoman Monroe and Councilman Carling, I think you guys did an awesome job bringing this to the forefront and continue to drive this through what we're doing. Kind of like with Mr. Scott, when you get there and you see you're going to spend so much on trash and it's going to be done twice, really kind of think about that. I mean, I don't think homeless are going to be like bringing their trash in and dropping it off somewhere. So you may want to think about how you're going to use that money or effectively get it out. If we can't get out the word about the downtown project to the community so that they can understand what's going on, how are we going to get information out about trash collection? It's not realistic. So think about how you're going to really use that money to make sure we get the most effective use out of it. I definitely believe what Mr. Scott said, which is being able to monitor and measure what we're doing and making sure we're getting the desired outcomes out of it. I think that is probably one of the most critical things that we need to do to ensure that it is going exactly where we need it to go and it's getting the results that we are hoping to get out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seiler, and thank you for your contribution to the cause. Maxine Bruckner, Andrew Barker, Christina Bethea.
Hello, I'm Maxine Bruckner. I am a resident of Livermore. I'm also a member of the Interfaith Council Board. I'm not here speaking specifically on behalf of the board, but I do want to indicate a few things that we certainly know about when it comes to homelessness and the elderly. We have approximately 1,000 apartments that we have available that are empty, that are not filled. And we have a waiting list. Excuse me, I have it the other way around. We have a waiting list of almost 1,000 people looking for an apartment that we might have for interfaith housing. And most of those people will never get an apartment because it takes too long. One of the things that I would like to emphasize as we're going through this process is that we do need to look at out-of-the-box solutions. That the typical solution of going through what, for example, we're going to be going through on Pacific Avenue for new senior housing is just too expensive. It runs into the hundreds of thousands of dollars per unit by the time we're all done. And so we have to really put our heads together and find other methods to deal with homelessness, whether it's the elderly or somebody else. So I just wanted to indicate that and look forward to working with you.
And just to restate that, Interfaith Housing has 207 units for seniors. They have a waiting list of 1,000, and we're working with Interfaith Housing to bring online 130 or 140 new units right here on Pacific. So it's very exciting. The City of Livermore also has 47 units coming online between Vineyard 2.0, Chestnut, and Chestnut Square. So we're working together.
Right. But when you think about it in terms of what the waiting list is,
Sure.
it's a drop in the bucket.
Sure.
So, but I'm not.
But we're working on it. Thank you, Ms. Bruckner, for all the tremendous work that Interfaith Housing does. Andrew Barker, Christina Bethea, Don Argula.
Thank you, Council. My name is Andrew Barker. I'm a Livermore resident. I want to thank Councilmember Monroe for reminding everyone this is the most important item on the agenda. It's the only one I'm going to speak on, so maybe that's why I think it's the most important. We hear a lot about community character around here, and community character isn't about how tall our buildings are, or where the shadows go, or any of that. This is what community character is really about. So I think you should approve staff recommendation. That's the short version of my talk here, but let me give you another suggestion, one that doesn't cost any money. Your municipal code currently prohibits sleeping in vehicles on city streets. I think you should repeal that ordinance, or at least modify it, for a couple reasons. One reason is that you're not going to enforce it anyway. Your police don't really have the resources to enforce that kind of ordinance. And you could help some people out by repealing that ordinance. And the other thing is, even if you were going to try to enforce it, you can't enforce it equitably. The housing crisis here is so deep that even relatively wealthy people with nice Airstream trailers and RVs and such, are sleeping on the streets. I see it. I go past it on my way to work. That some nice neighborhood with $1 million houses, and there'll be a couple RVs parked in the street. People clearly living in them. I don't have any problem with that. I don't begrudge them that. But if you start enforcing it for everyone, you're going to get in a lot of political trouble. So the only enforcement that's going to happen is people who sort of don't like the look of unhoused people. So you should repeal that ordinance and allow everyone equitably to sleep in that situation. It's not an ideal solution, but it's better than what we have now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Christina Bethea, Don Argula, Lynn DiGiovanni. Yeah, sorry. My apologies.
Hi.
Christina Bethea.
All right.
Well, thank you all for just making really such an amazing effort. I'm very, very excited where this whole community of Livermore and Tri-Valley is going, and I'm very pleased to see so many people caring about this issue. As Brent has given us a shout out, we're Monthly Miracles. We're fairly new, but we're growing, and we're very, very passionate about our unhoused neighbors. We are local Tri-Valley public homeless charity. We work very closely with Cornerstone in Livermore, and we serve with them at the Monday morning outreach. And we've taken some steps for the short-term solutions to sort of meet our community halfway and give our neighbors a chance to contribute. We understand that a lot of people are not aware of certain living situations that our neighbors have to go through. So we're trying to get the community connected to their neighbors' issues. So far the response has been great. As Brent has mentioned, we have been starting to team up with local businesses to put in donation bins and donation kiosks, because we only ask for $1 a month, so people can conveniently sign up as they wait for their coffee and maybe consider dropping off a bag of clothing. And it has been going great. We empty it and bring it to the Vineyard location where we serve. We did this morning, and it has been fully just revamping the whole issue of our lack of supply, because we do have to, we provide services of showering and clothing about 75, 80 people on average every Monday. So that's a lot of clothes, a lot of new underwear and socks that you need to provide for people who are newly showered and they don't have really laundry services available like that. So it's a lot of resources that we need, and meeting the community halfway by putting bins in and making them convenient to the patrons of local businesses has been really, I think, a great step in the right direction. So I wanted to sort of just put a bug in everyone's ear about that. And yeah, I just want to thank everybody for coming together and caring about this, because this issue is very, very dear to my heart. So thank you.
Thank you. Donna Argula and Lynn DiGiovanni. Yes, I got it right eventually.
Thank you, Mayor Marchand. Dawn Argula, CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Chamber, I want to express support for this item. I also want to acknowledge the leadership and of the council and of Vice Mayor Carling and Councilmember Monroe on heading up this subcommittee. I must confess I am guilty of not engaging in this issue as much as probably I should have. We know it's an issue. The Chamber supports housing for all. We know we have unhoused, we have the working poor. I see people in their vans and their vehicles many times when I go to Walmart, where I shop, and I suspect that often that they are, that they do not have permanent shelter, and it's very moving, and it's like, it's sad. And here we are, California, the 5th largest economy in the world, and what is up with this? Why can't we solve this? Well, the fact of the matter is, having worked at Alameda County for 16 years, I know it's a very complicated issue. There's a lot of moving parts there. But, we have some very big issues that are really hard to resolve. And we know what they are at the national level, and we have them here at the state and local level as well. And those are the ones really that we should be focusing our energies on. It would be wonderful to have this city council chambers as full as it was last Monday and Tuesday here for this issue, because I know that this community is strong, its businesses are strong, its residents are strong, and coming together, this is something that we could work on together. Now, we won't solve it, not in the least by one solution. We know this, but for Mr. Scott, 20 cars that are in a safe place every night for a while are 20 cars less, that people do not have to sleep in their cars worried that someone may try to abuse them or attack them or do something terrible to them. 20 cars and 20 more cars and 20 more cars, and then perhaps some temporary housing is the next step. I mean, you know, we have to build. We wish we could wave a magic wand and solve it all at one time. We can't. But I know that we could probably do a heck of a lot better if more of us, all of us, were more engaged in the same way that we have been for the downtown development. And I hope to see that, and I will commit to this council right now that this chamber will become more engaged on this issue and help you and support you in any way that we can. So please let us know what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Argula. Lynn DiGiovanni. I got it that time. It's late.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been called worse, so that's great. I really wasn't going to talk tonight, but I got to tell you, I heard the passion of Mr. Scott, and I know where he's coming from. I know the frustration that he must be feeling, but probably in a different context than where he's coming from. I can tell you that coming together with the city of Livermore, I got to tell you, I am just amazed and grateful at the stand and the support that the city of Livermore has taken to help our unsheltered and our undersheltered home persons in this, in neighbors in this community. And secondly, coming along with the cities of Pleasanton and Dublin in an effort to make this a Tri-Valley-wide effort has been amazing. We were approached about 6 months ago to take on a case management role. And, you know, there's an old saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And, you know, we've barely taken the first step here after 6 months, but I got to tell you, that momentum is growing. We're seeing results. We have people out with the 3 police departments in the Tri-Valley. The city of Livermore has just been spectacularly volunteering to have us go along with them, to interview the homeless, to get them in our system, to have conversations with them about how we can work with them, how we can develop the processes. We're not developing our case management process in a vacuum. I got to tell you that there's a lot of hard work going on here, that we're actually out in the field talking, communicating, coordinating, collaborating with over 85, 90 partner organizations in the Tri-Valley that are looking to solve this problem. And we're making a lot of progress at it. Scaling up for us has not been easy. We've gone from 6 months ago we had 1.5 full-time employees with a little office. We now have about 13, 6 of them are case managers. We're looking for larger offices. Scaling up is a challenge. But in the process of scaling up, with the help of the support and the partnership of the fine folks here on the staff, Claudia and Eric, I got to tell you that we've made amazing progress in such a very short period of time, and people are being helped. People are being given an opportunity to get off the streets. Just as an example, we were able to give someone located here in Livermore an opportunity to travel back to the Midwest to get together with their family. It's been an amazing thing. We see a lot of opportunities. We're going to have unsheltered for a long time, but from my perspective, they don't have to live on the street in the process. So thank you very much. I support HEAP, and I thank you for a vote of approval.
Thank you, Mr. DiGiovanni.
Mr. DiGiovanni, I think you didn't mention that you were from CitySurf, but you are from CitySurf.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. City service.
Been on the board for about 3 years as a vice chair and currently operating as an interim CEO for them.
Great, and their city service is a tremendous partner. Okay, bring it back to the council. Comments?
Yeah, would you, there was some question about trash collection. Can you enlighten everybody what you meant by the trash collection, please?
Sure. So Livermore Sanitation for the past 6 months has had a pilot program and working very closely with our police department. And they placed 2 big trash units in a specific location that was undisclosed because we wanted to make sure that the community didn't start doing any kind of illegal dumping. So it was a pilot. And the way it worked was our police department was heavily involved in talking to the community where the trash units were placed and really educating them on what kinds of things go in and being courteous. And they really got tons, I mean literally tons of garbage, not only out of the locations where some of the encampments were, but out of some of our creeks and things like that. So it has been very successful. The relationship between our unhoused neighbors and the locations where they were placed has been very good. And the coordinating has worked very well. And this is why the subcommittee is looking to continue that program because it is working well, not only for us keeping trash out of our streets or creeks, but also helping our unhoused neighbors to manage their encampments.
So thank you. See, another comment was about 20 parking spaces, and I think none of us are a predictor of the number, but we're just guessing that's the number based on, excuse me, based on the fellow from Union City. I think he's from Union City, right? But their lot also is open up to people from Fremont. So we're talking about a pretty large community outreach there, and they have about 30 vehicles signed up for parking, and they estimated they get an order of 20 vehicles a night. So, I mean, I don't know whether 20 is the right number or not. I don't think anybody does. But based on some previous experience from a region that we thought was comparable to ours, we thought that was a reasonable number. Again, we don't know, but we'll find out, right?
Correct. So we're estimating an average of 20 to 30, and it will change throughout the different locations.
Sure.
Also, the number of stalls available in each location is different. So right now it's an estimate. Staff and the partners will be looking at each location, looking at the need to see if we need to scale up. And we do have partners that are kind of on standby that wish to do the safe parking on their own, not necessarily with all the amenities that we're going to offer, but there are partners that are interested in case we do need to scale up.
Okay, thanks very much.
And this is simply a pilot. We've never done this before, so we really have no idea how big this is going to be. So it's just a pilot. We're just starting.
Correct, and that brings a good point. These are all pilot programs, and the idea is that it's going to give staff and the partners really time to assess what the need is and to see what's working and to work through some of the challenges.
But we're starting this, and we can scale up as required, but we're just starting out on this. And I think what's very important to understand is we're not going to suddenly provide resources for everyone that's homeless in the Tri-Valley. We're going to do this incrementally as resources allow. One of the points that I've made many times is there are 5 shelters in the 5 cities of the Tri-Valley, and all 5 of those are in Livermore. So it's not that there's not a need in the other 5 cities. There are people that are homeless in all 5 cities of the Tri-Valley. But Livermore has all 5 shelters here. So this is a pilot, and there's a need throughout the Tri-Valley, Livermore is the city that's really stepped up to make a difference, and so we've partnered with some of the other ones. But let's not forget that all 5 shelters are in Livermore. I'm sorry, I sort of got in the middle of the comments here, but it was going this way. Councilmember Coon.
Yeah, I'll make this fairly fast. Yeah, I fully support moving forward with this, of course, and I'm gratified of the work that the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Monroe have done to really bring these things to keep pushing everything, as this council has tended to do with just about everything that approaches us. We're actually moving in a direction that will benefit somebody, and that's gratifying because we see so often in this Bay Area alone, large cities throwing hundreds of millions of dollars at problems and nothing positive comes of it. We wish we could do more. Trust me on that. I share Mr. Scott's frustration, having been probably closer to anybody here to this situation and many others here. It's so difficult when you have to provide. If you provide shelter, we must also make sure there are sanitary facilities. We must also make sure that there are convenience facilities, laundry, showers, things like that. We have to have that. That has to happen. We can't just put up tents and leave it at that. It has to be more complete, and there has to be a more complete solution. And I am really pleased that the subcommittee here has been working just feverishly to make this happen. It's great. I think we're moving in a great direction right here, and let's just get this rolling. Thank you to staff members too that have been really busting it to make it work.
Yeah, I think the feverish work was done on the part of the staff, frankly. But it's been an honor to be part of this and to continue to be part of this. I had a couple of questions and then a general statement. So questions that I heard go by. Going to the number of people sleeping in cars, or the parking solution, I have to say I was quite surprised when we had the presentation from Union City that it was as few people. I mean, I think they said as low as 10 and as many as 30. Am I remembering that correctly?
Correct.
In a population where I would have expected it to be 60 or 70 a night, I was very surprised. So. Based on that information, this seems like about the right number. Could you speak a little bit to what the parking is and why it is different than simply, why we would want to do that as opposed to having people in cars on the streets? I have no opinion about legality or not, but what I believe we offer is something that's different than that.
Sure. So I think the key things that we heard, not only from our unhoused neighbors, but from the Union City Caravan Program, is that things that are important is the safety. So having an overnight attendant is very important for safety purposes. We also heard having a stall in between each parking for each car is very important for safety reasons, for privacy reasons. The other thing is that we want to make sure for health reasons that we have restrooms available throughout the night. So in some locations, our partners are going to let us utilize their restrooms. They're going to let us utilize their community rooms until a certain hour of the day. And we're going to make sure that we pick days for certain partners where there's other amenities. So for example, Asbury is one of our partners. We're going to make sure we pick a day when they also have the showers and laundry so that we can have more amenities there. And I think naturally, other amenities will come from the community as they're looking for ways to volunteer and to help the issue. But I think safety was really important. Rotating the sites is another thing. So we're going to be rotating the sites every single day, and this is going to prevent encampment issues. We're also going to require that folks enroll with CityServe to get into the program, not only to gather information that we need to provide to the county, but also to offer them a chance to participate with CityServe in a plan for self-sufficiency. I heard the question about self-sufficiency and what that plan looks like, and that's going to look different for every single person. So there's no straight answer on that. Somebody may need some assistance enrolling in their mental health services to get that straightened out. Some people may need help with registration or may need a deposit to get in somewhere. Or how the gentleman from CityServe mentioned, some folks realize that they can't live in the Bay Area and they may need to be, reunified with their family members, and it may not be in Livermore. So it's going to look different for everybody. Some may need to increase their income. Thank you. So it's going to look differently for everybody, but that's what makes our program very unique. We're addressing a lot of those needs and providing support. The program is going to provide some flexible funds in case there's mechanical issues also, and to continue registration on cars and things like that that are going to be important for people to be self-sufficient.
So that nice segue into my next question, which was about measurement. Which was basically an answer, which is it's having a standard unit of measurement doesn't work when what you're actually doing is looking at moving a person from where they are to the next step, and each person starting in a different place. I wanted to go back to the parking for a minute and just ask, what are the regulations around parking on the street, and how could we think about that? Since I don't have an opinion.
So with regard to that particular item, I was looking for Mr. Barker to follow up with him.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we removed that prohibition from our ordinance several years ago. I just have been researching our municipal code, and I can't find that prohibition in there any longer. We have recommended the city not try to regulate people living in vehicles on city streets. That has been encountered constitutional issues in the South Bay as well as throughout the country. So we have not been enforcing that, and I thought we removed that through one of our omnibus ordinances. I'm just having a hard time tracking that down right now. But we have removed that from our books, and if we haven't, Mr. Barker is correct. If we have not, we will clean that up this year and take that off the books.
Okay. And so I had one other comment, and this is sort of a general comment around the silver lining around homelessness. And this is, I don't even know, that even just didn't even sound right. But we've had, for a very long time, a narrative that talks about the deserving and the undeserving poor. Those people who made it because they deserved to, those people who fell into poverty or fell into being unsheltered because something bad happened, but they're really good people, therefore they deserve our help. Whereas there's another group of people who somehow don't. One of the positive things, and again, it's really hard to say anything positive about this, is that we're stopping that. What I'm hearing is a very different conversation, which is we're all human. We all need things. We all come from a different place. We all start in a different place. The approach that we're taking, working with all of our partners, is we're not judging. We understand you're human, and it's better for all of us as a society when we take that stand, when we all have that compassion for each other, starting with us whether we're here or whether we're here. And I'm glad that in Livermore, that's the approach we're taking. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Warner?
Yeah, I don't have a lot more to add to everything that's been said already, but really want to thank the subcommittee, the staff, the service provider partners, and everybody in the community who participated in this. It's been a long time that we've been talking about it, and I think this really represents a dramatic step forward from where we are. And so thank you for all the good work. And I look at the mix of programs and the allocation of dollars, and it seems about right. And it's not simple to just try and do that. So I'm just real happy that we're able to make this step. So I support it.
Right, thank you. There was some question, or there's some discussion earlier about the increase. Now, how frequently are the point-in-time counts conducted?
It's done every 2 years, so it's done in January of that year. So, for example, they did it in January of 2017, and then we did it in January of 2019. So they're every 2 years.
Okay, so, and when at the meeting that we were at in Oakland that I talked about last Monday, that's when our point-in-time counts were released. Now, they were done in January, and then everyone home does their thing with the count. And so those numbers were actually released. For a countywide, they were released a little bit earlier, but we actually got our numbers pretty much that Monday, or a little bit earlier, perhaps. But in fact, the number of increased homelessness in Alameda County was 43% from the point-in-time count that was done in 2017 until the point-in-time count that was done in 2019. So that was a 43% increase. And actually in Oakland, the increase was 47% over that same 2-year period. And considering there was the initiative, the nationwide initiative in 2010, that they were going to end homelessness in the United States by 2020, the fact that that 2-year time frame, the increase was 43% in Alameda County, does not bode well for the elimination in the next year. It just shows how this problem has grown, and I really applaud the tremendous efforts of this committee to address this. But this, as we all understand, this is a nationwide problem. As I mentioned last week, from Culver City to Daytona Beach, everyone is grappling with this. And the fact that we are making incremental steps to attack this, I applaud the efforts, because this problem is showing no signs of going away. In fact, the presentation that we had from Everyone Home indicated that for every person that is lifted out of homelessness, 3 people are going to go into homelessness. So it just underscores how large this is. Yes, we're trying to incrementally address the needs of the people that are experiencing homelessness right now. And then there is hope that we can find a path to lift them out, because if we can't, with San Francisco spending $240 million a year, and they're not even approaching the problem or to solving it, there are drastic steps that need to be taken. Definitely more resources, but how do we incrementally monitor the achievements and monitor the success so that we can then take that pilot and scale it up so that we can get people off the streets and into shelters, whatever those may be, whether it's tiny homes, whether it's facilities like the Vineyard 2.0 or the Chestnut Square. We need to find what's working and then multiply that. I think the fact that we have less than 3% administration costs. I know that there's been talk about, well, we're spending a lot on administration. No, we're spending very, very little on administration. And I applaud the city staff for being really judicious in how those dollars are spent, because we understand how large this problem is, and it's going to take resources to solve. But we're starting small, and we're going to find how we can best scale it up to find out what works, and then move ahead with those sorts of programs. So you're doing a great job. Thank you. You were there during the meeting with Everyone Home with the county, and we've been working on this. I'm part of a subcommittee of the Alameda County Mayor's Conference, where we meet every month to find out what's going to work, and then move ahead with those successes. So thank you so much for continuing to work with. We've been working on this for better than a year, and we're going to continue to work together. So thank you. Vice Mayor Carling.
I have one more question that I'll ask you to look into your crystal ball. I mean, one of the things we talked about with these regard to the HEAP funds is we need to spend them by the end of March of 2021. What does your crystal ball say about beyond that?
Well, we're definitely going to spend them.
I know that,
by
but I
then.
meant, are we suddenly going to do away with safe parking and
Well, it looks
and
like
so on and so forth?
it looks like there's additional heat funds coming.
Okay.
And then also, we're looking at engaging Pleasanton and Dublin also to see what we can do moving forward regionally.
Okay, but the point is that we're also thinking about what next beyond the end of this current set of funding. So, because I think that's vitally important to give people hope out beyond March of 2021. So.
And then we will also be working with the subcommittee starting in August and September on mid and long term. We expect
Sure.
this fall to have meetings on mid and long term
Right.
options
Okay,
as well.
but thank you.
Did you have another comment?
No, that was,
Okay, all right, very good.
Ask for that. So.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Council Co-Chair, Commission Co-Chair, Committee Co-Chair, Trish Monroe, Subcommittee, there we go, Co-Chair. Vice Mayor Carling, did you want a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Vice Mayor Carling, also of the Subcommittee of the Council. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Great work, you guys. It's a tremendous amount of work. And looking forward to it coming back for more discussion. Okay, now on to 6.01. This is the, let's see. Yeah, so we need to vote to continue the, to finish out the items tonight. Oh, okay.
Fix my contact lens.
Sure. So we need a quick vote on completing item 6.01 because it'll be going past 11 o'clock. So is there a motion? Pardon me?
I'll move that we do stay if we take a break.
Just a 5-minute break? Okay. Okay, so there's a motion to extend this past 11 o'clock until we complete item 6.01. Second?
Sure.
Okay, but the proviso that there's a 5-minute break. All right. So there's a motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passed unanimously. 5 minutes, and then we'll be back here just before 11. Good evening, and welcome back to the July 29th meeting of the Livermore City Council. We're in round 3. We are on matters for consideration. We just went through the public hearings. Matters for consideration, this is the certification of the petition of the Citizens Initiative changing development regulations in downtown Livermore and amending regulations to allow the housing at the Civic Center. So bring it back to staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Sarah Bunting, the City Clerk. As the Mayor stated, the item before you tonight is regarding the Citizens Initiative changing the downtown development regulations and amending regulations to allow housing at the Civic Center. There are 2 parts to this item. They're outlined in detail in the staff report, so I'm providing an overview here. The first is a request for the City Council to adopt a resolution certifying accepting the City Clerk's certificate of sufficiency for the initiative petition. The petition was reviewed by my office for a facial review and sent to the Alameda County Registrar of Voters using the random sampling technique outlined in the Elections Code. The petition has been certified as containing the minimum number of signatures, which is 5,269, to qualify it for further action. The second part of the item requires the City Council, after it adopts the certificate of the sufficiency, to take one of 3 actions regarding the petition. Option A is to adopt the ordinance without alteration. Option B would be to adopt a resolution directing preparation of an information report as provided by Elections Code Section 9212 regarding the effects of the initiative. Option C would be to adopt a resolution placing the measure without alteration on the ballot. The next available regular election is November 3rd, 2020. The council may also call for a special election not less than 88 days nor more than 103 days from the order of the election. Funds for the 2020 regular election in November are budgeted in the amount of $280,000. Adding the petition to the regular election would incur approximately $15,000 in additional costs. Funds for a special election have not been budgeted, and an appropriation of $800,000 would be needed from the general fund.
Excuse me, what was that number again?
$800,000
Okay,
is the current
$800,000
estimate.
for a special election. Okay, thank
Currently
you.
estimate, we don't have the 20 numbers. If we have the 2019 estimates available from the registrar, and we expect them to go up a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
If the City Council orders the 9212 report, staff is requesting appropriation of $100,000 for preparation and analysis of the report. The report would need to return to the City Council within 30 days. Staff has identified Monday, August 26th as a potential date for the City Council meeting to receive the report. At such time, the City Council must either adopt the ordinance or send it to either a regular or a special election. With that concludes my overview, and staff is available for any questions.
Okay, questions for staff? Okay, I have two cards, and I don't see them in the audience. Rochelle Snedecor and Asa Strout. Okay, they both left. Okay, in that case, I'm going to close the public comment period, bring it back to the council. What is the pleasure of the council?
Well,
Councilmember Warner?
I would suggest do we do this in two parts? We can just accept the sufficiency. So I move we accept the sufficiency.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to accept the sufficiency. So all in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously.
Okay, and the
part two.
Part two is, it seems reasonable to me to ask for the 9212 report so that we understand, so that not only we, but everybody in the community can understand what this is truly about.
Okay, and
So-
the impacts of...
Yeah, the impacts. And I have a, maybe a question or two for staff, but that, on exactly what the 9212 report, but I'll just say right now, that strikes me as the thing to do.
Okay, if you could just explain for the folks hearing at home what a 9212 report does.
Certainly. Elections Code 9212 provides that the City Council may request a report on an proposed initiative matter on all or any of the following: its fiscal impact, its effect on the internal consistency of the city's general and specific plans, including the housing element and your other elements, its effect on the land use and the impact on the availability and location of housing and the ability of the city to meet its regional housing needs, impact on funding for infrastructure of all types, impact on the community's ability to attract and retain business and employment, impact on the the uses of vacant parcels of land, and it goes on from there. There's a whole laundry list of economic impacts that are included with the 9212 report to report back to you what are the effects of the particular proposed measure.
In addition to the ones which are prescribed by law, this council may also, acting as the legislative body for the city, request additional information to be in the report.
So we'll bring back information about financing or the costs associated with the initiative, traffic impacts, those sorts of things.
Traffic, parking, financing, scheduling, all of those can be in your report.
Okay, all right, very good.
So I've got a question on, just want to be clear on the one aspect of the 9212 report. Since this initiative is ostensibly a lot about park size, I would request that in the document there would be a figure that would illustrate the following. One would be an outline of the whole of the Stockman's Park as we got the agreement with him, and that includes all of the areas in Stockman's Park, not just the grassy area, just so we're clear on that. The area outlined that we're now on a path to name as Veterans Park. Then any additional spaces beyond that that would count in our definition of open space, and I'm going to use the same definition that we had in the steering committee and the outreach. I want to use our official definitions. And then once those areas are delineated, then I would like the diagram to show the incremental adds or subtractions according to the Central Park Initiative zoning. And then I'd like them tallied up.
Okay. Vice Mayor Carling?
Along those lines, the initiative, the way it's written, prohibits a hotel anywhere facing Livermore Avenue, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But it doesn't say that we should build a parking garage next to the bankhead.
It has zoning that identifies only a couple of uses in that location, a parking garage with appurtenant retail, as well as some additional retail.
So will we get an estimate of what it would cost to do those options?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I just wanted I'm glad Councilmember Warner spoke first, but the 9212, I always want to see the numbers before I get to that point. I'm pushing for a 9212. I'd like to see a preponderance of this so the community can see what it's going to cost everybody. Real important is to get it out there. So I think once we get this in a report and present it to the community, we can decide the rest.
So it's not just that I spoke first, I think you spoke better with respect to just how important it is.
Yes to all of the above, or on each side. I'm curious about what the, and I assume this will be part of the report, but the current city plan relied on bringing many groups together, which saved the city a great deal of money, as I understand it. I'm assuming that how that money, the changes to that would be part of the plan. Does that make sense?
More specifically, the question is, would essentially the proposed layout impact either sources or uses of funds, particularly around affordable housing obligations on the site and related things?
Interfaith housing?
Yes, very good.
Yep.
We can that will be included.
So if I could just pursue that, as I identified earlier, I think there are two impacts on the affordable housing funds. One is the number of units, but there's also a significant degradation in quality of the units. And so that will have an impact on the amount of offset for the affordable housing funds, I believe. So I'd like that delineated as well.
Okay, I think I also agree with the 9212 report because what we need is information. And we, for the approved downtown plan, we went through a lot of that analysis, the cost of the infrastructure, and I think that, as I mentioned before, with the drawing associated with the initiative, we don't have that information. We don't have the costs, the traffic impacts. I understand that one of the items in the initiative is to move Veterans Way, which we just had a marvelous ribbon cutting on Sunday. So what the cost associated with all of those changes, because I think people need to understand what the costs are associated with both the city plan and the drawing associated with the initiative. So we'll make sure that all of those will be included in the 9212 report, because I think it will give people a much better understanding of the projects that we're talking about here.
The cost of a second ribbon cutting, right?
I can throw that one.
Okay. The other thing, it was, I think former council member Spadowski pointed this out a long time ago, that proposed hotel design on Railroad has potential implications for the Railroad Avenue itself and the utilities. Make sure that that's accounted for.
I just want to make sure it's noted that this is a cost of $100,000 or up to $100,000 for a plan that, we have a plan that we're moving forward on. It's unfortunate because that money could be used for other things that we could be used for the homelessness that we've talked about tonight. It could be used to improve some of the other parks in the area, or it could be used for alternative forms of transportation. $100,000.
And that said, however, I think that
Absolutely.
this is information that we need to provide to the voters so that when this comes to a vote, they have their eyes wide open on this.
Oh, absolutely. This is our due diligence. I don't believe we have a choice about this. If we don't, we're not
We need
doing
to
our
provide
job.
information for the voters.
One more point. I
Yes, Mayor.
learned in the last couple of days that there's still confusion out there about what the city pays for and what you might expect a developer or hotelier to pay for. For example, I learned that somebody that has supported the Central Park plan thinks that we're going to pay for the hotel, but that's not true. The developer is going to pay for the hotel, right?
Yes.
And the developer is going to pay for the housing.
The housing.
Well, right, they'll get grants and so on and so forth, but it doesn't come out of our coffers to build the housing.
So the housing will utilize a variety of funding
Right.
sources,
Right.
and our Affordable Housing Fund will have a contribution, but we'll also leverage state and federal and other funding sources.
And retail is paid by,
Retail is totally independent, paid for by Red Bear.
who pays for parks and parking?
So the majority of the parks and parking are paid for by the city. We do have agreements with some of our partners to help pay for the ongoing maintenance of some of these facilities through community facility districts.
But the initial investments from the city?
From the city.
Thank you.
I had one other question that just occurred to me. Will this report also include some kind of estimate of the harm to the downtown businesses as a result of the, taking away some of the convenient parking behind, north of, or is it south of Veterans Way? Does that get in there?
Not generally. Sort of qualitative impacts like that, unless there's a plan consistency. In other words, we certainly describe the changes and note the nature of those changes. We will also do estimates on things that have a fiscal or a monetary impact. And if there is a measurable standard, we will measure against that. For example, required parking, your essentially seconds of delay at an intersection, things like that. The more qualitative items, in other words, which ones better or which one would provide benefit or harm beyond those measures, we would not sort of do a conclusion or analysis on that. Although we'd certainly note where there are differences, what those differences are, and what potential impacts could be.
The other thing worth pointing out, we have engaged a consultant to be ready if the council asks for this evening. 30 days is an incredibly quick time to turn around a report like this, especially for traffic studies and things like that. So we are going to provide as comprehensive as a report as we possibly can, but it's possible that some of the data may come to you in a subsequent meeting after the 26th, but we will certainly have as comprehensive a report as possible.
You say what? Some of the data might what?
Some of the traffic data, for example, might come at a subsequent meeting, but we will give you as much information as we possibly can within that time.
So we'll get as much information as we can before August 26th, but that doesn't mean August 26th cuts off the flow of information.
Correct.
Okay, good. And did I hear that at least an enumeration of the potential impacts, whether it's positive or negative? But I mean, this is a significant impact to the convenient parking. That's the kind of thing that can be noted, but you don't know the impact. Is that kind of the way it goes?
Essentially, where there are specific changes in uses, the potential impacts of those can be noted. A quantification or conclusionary statement will not be in the report. But yes, we want to be as clear about what the differences between the various approaches are, and that can be clearly put in the report.
So another item that I'm wondering about is it has been noted that, there might be a potential conflict between the music venues and entertainment and the housing. And yet, in the plan we're talking about here, it's probably it might, the word they're putting the housing is probably the worst place you could think of in the whole plan, possibly. Is that the kind of thing that gets factored in?
Compatibility of adjacent uses would be.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the council?
I'll move we ask for a 9212 report.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, so the 9212 report is required to come back by August 26th. The city council receives it on August 26th. Is that correct?
You have, we have 30 days to prepare that. The meeting date that is within that time frame, or a potential meeting date that's in that time frame, is the 26th. That's correct. So you're sort of doing 3 parts here. It is, if indeed that's the direction you want to go, is adopting the resolution directing the preparation of the informational report consistent with section 9212 of the Elections Code, appropriating the $100,000 from the general fund, including the subject matter required by state law, and the additional items that the council directed during its discussion this evening in that report, acknowledging that that report will be as complete as possible given the time frame necessary, and that additional information as directed by the council may return after that 30-day period. But at that 26th meeting, you will be required to make choices about essentially what's next for the initiative. And so that would, if that indeed is the council's direction.
Yes, I'll move all of that.
Very good.
What he said. So this would be requiring a special meeting on, so the meeting of August 12th is canceled, and the meeting, so there will be a special meeting on August 26th.
That's correct. So you can do that as you close the meeting this evening in your adjournment. You could note the cancellation of the meeting on August 12th because we do not have all 5 council members available for that meeting.
Okay.
And the scheduling of a meeting on the 26th, where essentially it's an adjourned regular meeting for the 26th of August. And it is my understanding that all 5 council members are available on that date. Is that correct?
Okay.
All right. So that allows you all to participate in that next part of this process.
Okay. So with that, any discussion on the motion?
The motion was? Motion made, second. Okay.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. So with that, we will, since it's after 11 o'clock, we'll dispense with the matters initiated or report out until next time.
Can I make just 2 things? One is I wanted to, since Lisa's still here, and I will support the mayor's point about going to see
The Complete Works.
The Complete Works. It is just hysterical. So if anybody's looking for an activity on the weekend, I would suggest that. The other thing is the Bankhead has also got Joseph and the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, which is also excellent. So we saw both of those over the weekend. I would suggest going to those, and you can go to Livermore Baseball. They played tonight. They unfortunately lost 2-1, but it's a double elimination. So recall last year they lost their first game, but they ended up going to the championship game. So I would, it's free, it's great, a lot of people out there, so.
Max Bear Park.
Max Bear Park, fantastic.
And ESPN is covering the
ESPN
whole
is
thing?
doing every game.
All 7 days, yeah.
Every game.
So great fun there. Get out there and catch some baseball.
Yep.
And who threw out the first pitch today?
Oliver Carling.
Any relation?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Awesome. So we'll be back here. You know, we just can't get out of this building. So we will be here on August 26th for the 9212 report. Then after that, it will be September 9th for the Summer Reading Program Awards, 6:30 in the new building in the John Shirley Council Chamber. So that special meeting, very good. And the August 12th meeting has been canceled. See you on August 26th, right back here. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
So honorable.